All right, good morning, everyone. How's everyone today? Good, great. Good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council Special Council meeting of Tuesday, November 29th, 2022. This special council meeting was called by myself, Mayor Sim, under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of hearing from speakers on the draft 2023 budget. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on a live stream when available. Council members are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And as you can see, a lot of them are in the audience today. They will be participating, and I just really want to say thank you on behalf of all of us. We've seen what you've done, what you're capable of, and how hard you work. And you guys are incredible. So, Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Dominato. Present. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Present. Councillor Montague. Present. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Joe. Present. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the purpose of today's special council meeting is to receive a team member presentation, ask questions of team members, and hear from speakers on the 2023 capital and operating budget and related reports. Debate and decision on the 2023 capital and operating budget and related reports is scheduled for the council meeting on Tuesday, December the 6th, 2022. The plan for today is to break at noon for lunch and return at 1 p.m. to continue with the agenda. If needed, council will break at 5 p.m. for dinner and return at 6 p.m. to continue with the agenda. Council will adjourn or recess at 10 p.m. unless council resolves to extend the meeting before that time. If an additional day is required, we will reconvene this meeting tomorrow at 1 p.m. We will begin with the team member presentation, followed by a round of questions to team members, and then hear from speakers. If you have any questions during the presentation, please email them directly to Patrice Impey, General Manager, Finance, Risk and Supply Chain Management, so that team members may prepare responses. We will begin with the team member presentation, starting with an introduction from the City Manager, Paul Mockery.
Thanks very much, Mayor Sim. Good morning, Council. So I'm going to keep my intro really short this morning because Patrice has got a lot of content to work through. This obviously is the first kind of step in the budget process for 2023, both capital and operating. And as it's an election year, we're taking a bit of a timeline, particularly on the operating budget. So yeah, this is no decisions before you today. This is really an opportunity for you to kind of get the first presentation from staff, ask questions of us at this stage, including information that we may need to follow up on, and then hear from speakers. That's kind of the agenda for today. But with that, I'll turn it over to Patrice to walk you through the detail. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, and thank you, Mayor and Council. So we're very pleased to be here today to begin the discussions on the 2023 budget. I'm joined today by our number of folks from our finance team and also our city leadership team who are here to, as Paul said, answer any of your questions and share the budget information with you today. And I do want to thank you, Mayor, for your thanks to the team. I'd like to also extend my thanks to our team. It's a huge amount of work that goes into this exercise, and I hope that in reading through the document, you've got a good sense of sort of the city's budget challenges, opportunities, and sets a good starting point for you for your discussions. So as Paul mentioned, the city does have a practice of approving our budgets in advance of the new year, which is a best practice in budgeting. because it allows staff to continue their work and also to provide that continuity and transition from one year to the next. But our budget policy does contemplate the delay of a budget in an election year to provide a new council with time to set their priorities and apply those to the budget. So this current state budget is considered an interim budget that will guide our work until a final budget is approved. It'll also provide time for council to set priorities for their 4-year term, which would then guide the service plans and budgets for the city for the next year. And we'll talk about that. So the budget report that was distributed with the agenda, it outlines the city's current state based on our current staffing and services with no new investments, and really just updated for the known changes for 2022. So as I mentioned, that will be our starting point until such time as council directs us otherwise. And again, it's to give you information to start the work of understand the work that's currently underway and to starting point for those discussions. But you will note that we are on recommending that council approve the capital budget before the end of the year and providing more time for the operating budget. Rosemary doesn't seem to be working when I use my... Is it better if you share, do you think? Do you want to? Yeah. Okay. So I'll unshare. Great. Thank you. Great. Thank you. If you could advance the slide. So again, the objective is to provide council with the information for the 2023 current state budget to guide your future decisions. Next slide. Great, thank you. So what I'll do is walk through first the budget process and the approach for this year, and then we'll spend most of the time really on the budget itself, particularly around the capital plan and the capital budget, because we are recommending that that be approved when you come back to your session on December 6th. Talk about the current state operating budget. And then the two major revenue sources for the operating budget is property tax and utility fees. So we'll share some benchmarking information on that and tell you a little bit more about the drivers that will help you understand sort of the process around property tax and utility fees. Next slide. You can go to the next one. Great, thank you. So the budget timeline does cover a number of months. Where we are right now is at the point of presenting the budget to council and the process of council providing direction back to staff. We are planning in January to outline the key priority, to set aside time for council to outline the key priorities for your 4-year term. And that really is a best practice as far as having a multi-year view on achieving the goals of council over those 4 years. And then there will be a public engagement as well at that time. Our final approval then will need to take place before March or in March of 2023 to give us enough time to do all of the tax calculations in April for our main tax bill, and that aligns with the Vancouver Charter. Next slide. Great. So the council report that accompanied the large document, we're looking at two things for council. So one is to receive the current state operating budget for information. So this allows us to continue to work based on that current state through Q1, subject to any other direction that you would like to give us in December or through the first quarter. And secondly, we're recommending for approval the capital budget. So it's the capital budget and also the utility and other engineering fees that were part of the agenda as well. And the reason for that is, again, that we can continue to move the capital budget activities forward. They've been based on a capital plan that has received, has gone through a full process as well, which I'll talk about. And then the utility and engineering fees, again, they are the key funding source for all of the capital work on our, on utilities. And also if we don't approve all of those in a timely manner, then that revenue doesn't get generated for 2023. Great. So just some of the key messages related to the overall budget, capital, and operating is that we are experiencing, as you can imagine, significant inflationary pressures, both supply chain and also on our operating budgets. We are still feeling the impact of COVID. Our revenues are not at full pre-COVID levels, and our departments are still operating at the reduced levels that we had moved to during the COVID period. So, holding vacancies and reducing our discretionary expenses. So, we do have limited capacity in this current state budget. Specifically, increased costs in the area of public safety, particularly around benefits, WorkSafe premiums, e-com expenses increases, and also funding the 2021 VPD budget appeal that we funded one time in 2022, so that needs to get reflected in 2023. So all of those create pressures on our property taxes. In the case of utilities, that's also been a driver of increases over the past several years and will continue, and it's primarily due to the infrastructure at Metro Vancouver, infrastructure renewal, and also regulatory requirements, things that are driving some of our renewal on the utility side. And as you know, we still will be having challenges with our tough labor market, and so that is going to, that with the vacancies that we've been holding, does constrain the capacity for our staff to take on additional work internally. So those are some of the challenges as we sort of prepared the current state budget. Right. So I'm going to move to the capital plan, and I'll spend some time in this area because we are asking you to approve the capital budget. So I'll walk through some background on the plan itself. I know some of you were part of approving the last capital plan, and that is what really informs the budget. And then I'll have some specific slides on certain areas of the capital plan that we'll be asking council to approve as part of the 2023 budget. So it is we have a framework that guides our capital budget, and it really starts out with a very long-term vision, really to understand sort of the long-term policy goals that impact our capital. And then we do a 10-year strategic outlook, and that we do that every 4 years. We update it, and it really looks at sort of those big objectives and the big goals and what sort of order of magnitude funding we have in order to achieve those. And then at the 4-year mark, we actually create a capital plan. It's got our 4-year priorities for the next 4 years. It identifies the funding that's required for that, and it has to balance. It's a balanced plan, and we take that to the public. Council approves that, and then we take it to the public for engagement. We also ask the electorate to approve the borrowing for the capital plan for anything that is non-utility related. So it's gone through a very rigorous process over the course of 2022, and then that informs our one-year budget. And the one-year budget is really where projects get initiated. So it's council's approving the project, it's their council is approving the funding source and the funding, and at that point, the team can start working and start initiating those projects. Next slide. So with the 1 year, you'll be asked to make 2 approvals in for the capital budget. So the first one is the multi-year project budget. So you'll see in the document a list of all the new projects that we would look to start in 2023. So council will be asked to approve the project and the funding for that project. And many of our projects cross multiple years. So this is the full project funding over multiple years. And then that allows the teams to get started on that project. In some cases, you'll see a larger amount at the beginning of the plan, and that might be for procurement. We need all of the funds approved in order to start a procurement, even though construction may take many years. In other cases, you'll see a smaller amount because we're just doing planning, and then we'll come back to council later for approval of design and then approval of construction. So you get multiple opportunities to approve the capital budget. And then the annual expenditure budget is really the cash flow within the year, and we use that to manage, are we actually delivering against our budget for the year in the actual spend that we're undertaking within that 12-month period. And then we do quarterly adjustments, and you approved the first one, I think in one of your first council meeting. So we do make adjustments to the capital plan and the capital budget through the year because we know things change, priorities change, we get new information, sometimes we get new funding. So that will come to you every quarter. So council has a lot of opportunity to change and adjust the capital plan over the 4 years and even within the 1 year of 2023. Overall, our capital plan is $3.5 billion. Of that, 3.3 are city assets. We do also fund partner assets through our capital plan funding. The new projects for 2023 that we've provided for council to requested for approval is about $600 million. And then the annual capital budget would we expect to spend in 2023 is $700 million. And you'll see that that's a combination of projects that are already in play from the previous capital plan where the expenditures will go through, and then some expenditures for the projects and programs that we're going to ask you to approve for 2023. And again, our capital planning goals are renewing our existing aging infrastructure, building new and expanding our infrastructure and amenities. And then as we do that, it's really about evolving our infrastructure and amenities to address changes in policies, emerging needs, and our different models and partnerships with others to deliver those same services. Next slide. Great. So in the capital plan itself, just as a summary, it's a similar comment on the high inflation, and it was particularly notable in construction, higher than other inflation, and of course the supply chain challenges have made it challenging for us in the area of capital planning and budgeting. You'll see we have almost $1 billion that's unspent or that's still kind of carried over from previous budgets and previous capital plans. So that is going to be our first allocation into the 2023 budget, and then we'll add the new requests that are coming to you. Can you just go back one slide? So again, there's as far as the approval, there's two parts: approving the new multi-year project budgets and then approving the expenditure budget. So just to understand the difference between those two. Next slide. I've got a couple of slides that are background on the capital plan because again, that really is what informs the capital budget. And the plan is split $1.9 billion on renewal of our existing assets and $1.4 billion on construction of new infrastructure and amenities. So on the renewal side, you'll see that the major part of the renewal budget is water, sewer, and drainage, and then streets, and then the third would be community facilities. So not surprising on the renewal side. On the new side, the largest is housing. Then followed again by community facilities and streets. So you can see the size in the pie chart there. Next slide. And then another key part of the capital plan is the projects as well as the funding source. So not every asset is funded in the same way, or every project is funded in the same way. You'll see that we have pay-as-you-go funding, which is, for instance, the current year utility revenue will fund the capital work in utilities. So that's pay-as-you-go funding. And then also we have in-kind contributions from partners, from developers, and that comes to us during the year. Then debt financing is about 21% of the funding source. And then we also have reserves. So debt financing is we'll pay for it over time. And capital reserves is where we've collected funds over time and now we are applying them to a project. Next slide. Now this slide really refers to that first $1 billion I talked about that is still remaining in these multi-year project budgets that have been previously approved by the last councils. And so those projects are continuing and they will be delivered over the period of the next few years. Of course, the biggest amount will be in 2023. And so you'll see that reflected when we talk about the new requests for 2023. It'll be in some cases lower in the first year because we've got a lot of work that's already undertaken that is continuing into this year. Right, next slide. So when we talk about the multi-year projects, this is the 581 million that we're asking council to approve that we start on those projects. Again, they may take multiple years to complete. Water, sewers, and drainage continues to be the largest piece. That's largely renewal of our utility system. And then streets infrastructure at 23%, followed by waste collection diversion. So our streets and utilities is the largest part of the budget, and again, largely on renewal. Next slide. And then this is the expenditure budget. So again, how much are we going to spend in that year, even though a project might span multiple years? And you can see that we are looking to grow. The capital plan has grown in the last plan and this plan as we continue to grow the city and our infrastructure renewal. We have been challenged in our expenditure side over the COVID period. That's supply chain issues, ability to do proper engagement, et cetera. So you can see that we did not ramp up in 2022 as we had hoped. So 2023 is a higher number than we've had before, and we'll be focusing very much on the delivery for capital over that year. And then you can see in the color scheme that the majority of the 2023 budget is actually related to continuing projects from previous years, and then a portion of the new projects. Great. We do our capital planning. We do it over our service areas, and you can see that we have 11 service areas and then something we call emerging priorities, which is funding set aside for just what it says, the priorities that may emerge over time. So I'm going to walk through a slide for each of those, and that will give you a sense of what you're being asked to approve, particularly on the multi-year projects, so the new projects that would start in this year. So the first section is housing. I'll spend a little bit of time to help you understand the chart. On the top left is the total amount in the capital plan that is for housing. And again, that's not all being approved now. That's part of the overall plan. And then each year, as part of this process, you would approve that funding. And then you can see over the 4 years, how that is going to spread out for the city budget. And then if there's in kind of from developers, then you see that noted there as well. So in the case of housing, a large portion of our housing is received in kind through development. And then on the right-hand side is the funding source. So is it a city funding source? Is it a development funding source or partner? And again, a large portion of housing is funded through development. And then what the chart shows you is just a few highlights. And again, in the budget document, there's a lot of detail around each of the projects that make up that $35 million. So you can look in detail at what the specifics are. But here's a few examples. So in the housing area, it's land acquisition. And in that case, there's nothing budgeted at this point in time for you to approve for 2023 because we don't have any specific acquisitions in mind right at the moment. And that tends to be more not as much planned as opportunistic. So we will come, again, the process is set to come to council when more information is available. So once we are ready, then we would bring that to council. So you'll approve those more in the quarterly budgets. We do grants for housing. So there's a pretty significant part of our budget that is in grants. So you're being asked to approve the grants for 2023, 16 million, and over the plan period, it would be 65 million. We have on our SRO programs, there's a small amount this year, but the bulk of it will happen through the rest of the plan, and similar with shelters. And then we have about 750 units of housing, as well as new secure about $300 million, and also new secured market and below market rental units, about 35 million. So that's the housing piece. We do have a number of projects that are already in progress from our current plan, and that's using, again, prior capital plan dollars. An example would be the Cole Harbour social housing and Little Mountain. So there's a number of activities that are underway already in housing. Next slide. Childcare, again, I'll move a little more quickly now that we've gone through sort of the structure. The plan has about 136 million allocated to childcare, 13 million for 2023 of new projects you'll be asked to approve, and you can see some highlights there in the around our 0 to 4 childcare. Raycam childcare is in this plan, though not no additional funding needed in 2023, as we're working with our planning dollars already. And then we also have grants for partners and in-kind projects. Also, in our childcare space, we do achieve a lot of childcare through development. We have a number of projects that are actually already underway from the last plan, and that includes David Lloyd Elementary School and Eric Hamber Secondary School, Cole Harbour Elementary School, and a number of others. So there's a lot of work already happening in childcare that's already approved and underway. Next slide. Great. Next is parks and open spaces. There's $211 million in the capital plan. Council's asked to approve $23 million for the 2023 budget. And again, you can see the categories: land acquisition, parks, new parks or expansions, funding for renewal, track and field facility, and park buildings, and then also the in-kind projects such as Oak Ridge Center. So we can see the current year and the 4-year. And that is also funded through both city funding and development funding. Next slide. Arts and culture, $145 million over the plan, just $10 million at this for 2023. And you can see that the biggest one of our large ones will be the Peony Outdoor Amphitheater that right now has planning dollars, and so it will come back through the course of the plan for the construction dollars. We have heritage programs, cultural grants, and these are the capital grants as opposed to the operating grants that you'll approve as part of the operating budget, and public art programs. And we do have a number of in-kind facilities as well, both facilities and public art. Next slide. Community facilities, that's $389 million overall through the plan, about $41 million for approval in this budget. Again, a combination of city and development funded. One of the largest ones will be the Vancouver Aquatic Centre. And so that's $21 million, which will start the planning process. Raycam Community Center, which already has planning dollars, so that will come back to you later in your 4 years. The West End Community Center, Community Hub, that has planning dollars already from the previous budgets. And then a number of in-kind projects, including the Northeast Falls Creek Center and Ice Rink, and the EFL Community Center, and some social facilities in Canby Corridor. Next slide. Under public safety, there is, this is a total of 105, and you can see it's broken down between police, fire, and animal control, which we categorize under public safety. So about $17 million in this budget for your approval, and it's primarily city funded. There's a small amount for planning for the police headquarters. There's the renewal of the fire hall number 8. That's the large one item in this category, and that'll be the planning dollars, and construction will come later. Renewing the animal shelter, and that's through a partnership, so that will come to you when our partner is ready for that. And then another big piece here, the vehicle and equipment related to public safety, fire, and police. Next slide. Civic facilities is next. So we have community facilities, and then we separate our civic facilities and our equipment. So that's our internal staff. $59 million over the plan, $30 million in this first year. And that relates to facility regular renovation and maintenance that we plan every year. The energy optimization project, and then a major project, which is the Sunset Yard renewal. So asking council to approve $10 million for that. And that is all city funded. Next slide. Streets is another significant part of the plan, $471 million, $133 in this first year. $64 million towards the Granville and Canby Bridge. So that's one of the big projects for this year in streets. And we have the Gastown and Water Street rehabilitation or active transportation programs. This is where street lighting and street paving are. And there are also some in-kind projects that we get from development, as you can see. And so this is funded almost equally by city and development contributions, as well as partner contributions, which would include things like TransLink funding for us. Next. One Water, that is our Water, rainwater, sanitary water strategy at 874 million. That is our largest part of the capital plan, about 178 million this year. And you'll see that this one is a little more equal over the 4 years because many of them are programs that carry on fairly equally over the 4 years. So that's particularly water and sewer main renewal. Then we have some new upgrades, new water meters, upgrading the renewal of pump stations, and then our green infrastructure work. And there are a number of in-kind projects as well on the upgrades through development. So primarily city, but also a significant amount of development funding that supports this part of the capital plan. Next. And then next is our waste collection and disposal. And this is primarily our landfill and our transfer station. So on the landfill, it's largely around compliance costs for closure costs, and then the transfer station initial funding for that in the first year of 2 million. Next. Under renewable energy, that's about 73 million, 12 million in this year. There'll be more in the later years, mostly city funding. Which is in the case of the NEU that is funded by the utility rates from the NEU as opposed to our city utility rates. So the main projects would be the energy generation and the distribution expansion for the NEU, our green building energy retrofit programs, and our zero emission vehicles and EV charging programs. And then technology, again, an internal category. And we break in technology into two main parts, which is maintaining and upgrading our core infrastructure, like our data centers, and then a technology transformation. So that is investments that will improve the city's business processes, including things like permit transformation of our permitting program, asset management, data enablement, and other productivity tools for the city. And that is fully city funded. And again, you'll see it's fairly equal across the 4 years. Next slide. So this is our last category, which is the emerging priorities. We set aside about 155 million, and you'll see it's for things that we don't have projects for specifically today, but we anticipate over the next 4 years the need for additional funding. Probably one of the most important ones is the senior government partnership, where often the government will ask us, senior government will ask us to match or provide some contribution as well. So we've got some funding set aside for that in the future. We know that climate adaptation is an area where we have many needs and are limited in our capacity, but there is money set aside for that, and there's an example of the seawall. We have contingencies set aside for inflation as well as other unknowns, and then the delivery is really the funding where we have for sort of our internal costs supporting the capital plan. So that is ends the section on the capital plan. And again, capital plan and capital budget, and we are asking council to approve the capital budget for this year. Again, it's following on a fairly extensive capital planning process that has gone through public and council review already. So that is the approach on capital. And then I'll just move on to operating. So in the case of the operating budget, we know that council will take some time to finalize that over the next few months and really looking at your priorities, and then we can adjust our service plans accordingly. But we have our current state budget, which is we'll just be continuing the existing resources and plans that we have. So it's really a starting point for that discussion. And just to highlight, as we do the priority setting, as we did at the last council, it's very helpful in helping staff understand what the priorities are for the next few years, because changing things on an annual basis is often too short of a time period to really make an impact or to be able to plan. So planning over a 4-year period is really preferred. So we'll do that work with you in the first quarter. And again, as I mentioned, the operating budget reflects the existing resources, existing service levels. There's no new investments or enhancements. But even with that, it would require a 5% property tax increase to balance the budget. And just if you were to break that down and what the main drivers are, 1% is for additional infrastructure funding. And if you remember, we talked about our infrastructure deficit, and councils have approved a multi-year increase in our infrastructure renewal. So that's 1% of property tax. It also impacts our utility rates as well, on approximately 5% for infrastructure renewal. 2% of that 2% of the 5% is related to VPD. So it's just the current level of services and includes the funding for the appeal. And then the 2% really is just covering really across the city, all the other costs. And so that includes all of the inflationary costs that we've built in as well. And of course, we needed to do a number of things to offset some of those costs, some of that in case of increased revenues and other cost reductions to get to that balance at 5%. And I think, as you know now, the VPD has provided their submission for their budget for 2023 for council's consideration. And that is not reflected in the current state. So that will put additional pressure on the property tax. And I have a slide that will we'll cover that. Next slide. So just a summary of the operating budget, 1.9 billion. Again, 5% property tax would be needed to balance at that level, 7.9% of utility fees to fund the utility costs, annual costs, and the funding for capital. And then the current state budget assumes revenue increases for other fees in the 3 to 5% range. So some of them have already been approved. Previous council approved, for instance, permit increases. Other ones will be approved. For the park board, will need to approve their fees, and those fees will get approved over the next few months. And this chart just shows you some of the key drivers of that current state. So it shows a growth of 9.5% overall in revenues and expenditures. I should, the first line really there notes that part of it is a change in our reporting process. We didn't in the past budget for empty homes tax because we didn't have a really good sense of what the trend and the revenues would be. So we booked those in our actuals, but not in our budget. So we've made that change this year, and so it's included in our revenue. Without that, the growth rate would be about 7%, and you'll see that's sort of our average that we're expecting over the next 5 years. And I think we've talked about some of the other drivers already. So when looking at the operating budget, these are our revenues, and I think the key piece to note here is that over 3/4 of the city's revenue really comes from property tax and utilities fees. So there are other revenue sources. They are quite small relative to those two areas, and so we'll talk about those two a little bit more as far as trends. Next slide. Looking at it from an expenditure point of view, you can see that public safety, so police and fire, make up in total about 29% of the operating budget. And again, those are funded primarily from property taxes. Utilities make up 23%, and they're funded by utility fees. And then total engineering is about 29% of the total. And then you can see the community sort of expense areas like parks, libraries, about 20%. And then the remainder is funding for our capital plan, which of course supports all of those areas, as well as our corporate support. And then we have some transfers and contingencies. So this next slide is kind of an important one because it helps to explain how the funding works for the city's operating budget. And we are constrained by different rules within the Vancouver Charter on how we fund the work that the city does. So on the left, again, the largest piece of the operating budget is our engineering utilities. And you can see from the red represents utility fees or permit fees. So utilities are almost fully funded by utility revenues. And you can choose to fund utilities using property tax. That's within council's jurisdiction, but utility fees cannot fund anything other than utilities. So we're limited as to the use of utility revenues. And then our next two largest groups are Vancouver Police and Fire. And again, those are largely funded by property tax. Those are also utilities, and public safety are two of the largest. Over the last 10 years, the city's growth has been driven largely from utilities and public safety costs. So that's the pressure on both utility fees and property tax. And then you can see the other groups. Parks and Recreation is a combination of revenues that they generate as well as tax funding. Similarly with engineering. And if you go down over to development, building and licenses, they're primarily fee funded on a cost recovery basis for permitting. So the challenge here is that as in the past years, as public safety investments have been made, the offset really is additional property taxes. There's very little ability to fund a significant amount of public safety through cuts in the other areas in that balance. And difficult to find other fee revenues because they need to be associated with the utilities and the permit costs specifically. So that's sort of our challenge on the operating budget, is identifying different revenues or new revenues, or a lot of pressure on utility fees and property tax. Next slide. So this slide just has some specifics around the current state budget, things that have been incorporated in there, and we talked about some of the costs. There were also some savings that were incorporated in there for our mobility and wireless services. We've included an operating impact of new capital that is projected to be delivered this year, and so the operating cost to support that. And then I did want to note that to keep it at a 5% increase, the city departments, we actually increased our turnover allocation. So that's our target for vacancies. So while continuing with the vacancies that were held during the pandemic, actually increasing that somewhat. So all of the departments are holding a percent expected to be managed through attrition. We had deferred discretionary spending through the pandemic. That's still deferred. And as well, we've been continuing to look at holding all of the efficiencies and offsets that we'd identified through COVID. So it is very tight on the side of city departments' expenses, which is why we have that capacity limitation on taking on new initiatives without other adjustments. We did adjust for a number of revenue changes, in some cases, new revenue that is coming back up to pre-COVID levels, and then some assumptions around program fees and utility fees in order to balance the budget. Next slide. So with that, there are some ongoing risks. We have all of our collective agreements will end at the end of 2022. So that obviously has a significant impact going forward. We have benefit increases that are continuing, that we've continued to see grow over the last few years. We know that the living wage has increased. We're need to understand the impact on the city's budget for that. And again, the understanding how the labor market challenges will impact. And we are still at risk of revenue shortfalls in 2022 because all of our revenues have not returned to pre-COVID levels. So we need to manage that. So these risks will all change over the next months. Some will get worse, some will get better, and we'll take that into account as we work on finalizing the budget in the first quarter. So then, one extra slide that we added here was just to give you a sense of the impact of the VPD budget that was presented to council. It's not reflected in the current state. The budget that was presented is about $21 million higher than the current state. So if we just adjust that for property tax impact, that's an additional 2%. So there was already 2% property tax impact in the current state. So that would take that up to 4%, specifically for VPD to fund those increases within the VPD budget. So again, something to work through over the next few months. So and next, I've got just two sections left. One is just a little bit on property tax and then on utilities, because those are the two big revenue drivers. And when we talk about affordability, of course, it's about understanding how our taxes and utility fees impact our residents and property owners. So first, just a reminder for council that you approve the city's overall budget, and then that we divide that by the assessment base, and then that determines what our tax rate is. So we don't generate higher revenue when property values rise, and our revenue doesn't go down when property values drop. We adjust for that in our calculation, and that's where some cities, particularly in the U.S., have a different process. That is our process in BC. And we do strive to make sure that our property tax and user fees remain competitive. And we do benchmark against other cities just to give council a sense of where the city sits relative to other jurisdictions. Next. So this slide is a slide of a median single-family home. It's the tax and utility fees. So it compares Vancouver to other Metro Vancouver cities, and you'll see we're just a little bit above the average when we look at this lens. So that's our property tax and our utility fees. Next slide. If we look at historically tax increases over the last 10 years, and this looks at residential and business, and if you go back 10 years, the first 5 years of the last 10 years, the property tax increase averaged around 2.25%. And during that time, that was post the financial crisis. We had done a number of initiatives around the Vancouver Services Review to reduce our cost structure. We also looked at our fees and made sure that the fees were fully covering their costs. So weren't putting undue pressure on property taxes. And so managed to keep those, the property tax just over 2%. If you look over the last 5 years, the average was around 5%. But what this is showing is that it differed if you were a residential property owner versus a business property owner, because council chose to implement a tax shift over that period, which shifted the tax burden to residential from business. The tax share. And so while the average was 5%, if you were a residential owner, you would have seen increases on average of 5.8. But if you were a business owner, you would have seen them closer to 4%. And this is just another lens where council will approve a property tax increase, but property owners will may see something different from that. So one is the business and residential share shift that happened. And this is another one is comparing single family homes to strata. So we have one tax rate for residential, but you'll see that over the last 10 years, single family homes have increased in value at a higher rate than strata. So that means that property taxes paid by single family homes will have grown at a faster rate than strata. And you can see even in the 2016-17, when single family home prices were accelerating, that strata, the average strata actually dropped from 1 year to the next in their property taxes. And then that's changed again near the last few years, where the single family home had stabilized somewhat and the strata values had gone up. So just interesting what you'll hear, like for you to understand that, because you'll hear different things from different property owners and what their property tax has done, and those are some of the drivers. Next slide. So we spend our time here talking about the blue section of this pie, which is the tax and utilities that the city, on the tax bill from the city. But when a property owner gets a tax bill, it's actually almost twice the size of what we talk about, and that's driven by what we call other taxing authorities. The primary one is the school tax. And that gets allocated again based on assessed values and uses the property tax structure. Metro Vancouver also uses the property tax structure as well. TransLink is also able to levy property taxes. So we don't have any control over those taxes or the rate at which they increase. That's determined by others outside of council. So you really only have control over the blue section. So when we look at affordability, you're not fully in control of the total. Next slide. So with that in mind, this is a similar comparison, but it's the median single family home, but it is the property to the tax bill, utility bill, and includes the other taxing authorities. And you can see with that, Vancouver has moved up the chart somewhat. And that is because most of the OTAs are allocated based on assessed value as well. And Vancouver tends to have a higher average assessed value for a single family home. So that single family home will pick up more of the OTAs. Next slide. So we also benchmark our utility fees, and you can see that City of Vancouver utility fees are just slightly higher than the average in Metro Vancouver. And part of that is the age of our city, in that our renewal of our infrastructure drives our fees, our costs, and thus our fees. Next slide. And this is some comparators we do for recreation user fees out of the park board. So you can see Vancouver, when you're looking at the adult 1 month or 30-day pass, is near the lower end and about average for drop-in fees at pools, arenas, fitness centers. Next, so that's a little bit of background. There's in the report, there's a number of other charts and benchmarks for property tax, but we wanted to highlight a few of them here. And then the other piece is utilities. So in utilities, that includes our potable water, drainage and sewer, and the solid waste utility. Slide. And one of the biggest drivers of the utility rates is the Metro Vancouver infrastructure. So Metro Vancouver's infrastructure gets charged out to the municipalities, and then that gets reflected in the water rates that they charge to through the water rates that they charge to municipalities. So you can see this chart where the city costs at the bottom have been growing, and that's our part. And our part is the renewal that we need to do for our infrastructure, which is aging. And the blue section is Metro Vancouver, and their renewal has driven their levy up 2 to 3 times over 2019 to 2026. And we expect that to continue because of the work that they're doing on the Iona treatment plant will drive up utility costs significantly for the city of Vancouver. So it's one of the biggest drivers, and you'll see that when we look at the rate forecast for the next 5 years. Next slide. So here you can see the for water, sewer, and solid waste. You can see the utility rate increases that are forecasted over the next 5 years, and particularly in sewer, you can see 15% each year. We see those rates increasing. Again, the city's renewal program and Metro Vancouver's infrastructure deficit as well that comes back through to the municipalities. Next slide. And then we usually report what that means in terms of dollars. So this is for a median condo or strata unit at $759,000. That would be an increase of about $58 a year for property taxes. Again, their utilities are generally charged through a third party, not through the city. For a single family home, the increase in taxes would be $153 and utilities $143, and then the change for business property $256 and $138 for utilities. And again, that's at the current state budget, not any changes that council would be making to this. And then just speaking about our 5-year plan, financial plan on the operating side. We do anticipate that our expenditures will continue to grow at sort of an average of 7% over the 5 years. And for the 24 and 27 going forward, we see property tax increases still on average at 7%, and utilities are averaging 10%. So there's still lots of pressure on both tax and fees in the 5-year outlook. And part of what's included in there is rebuilding the reserve at 1% property tax to get us back to our reserve target of 16%, which we had depleted during COVID. And then also funding for the operational reviews for VPD and fire, renewal and maintenance of our infrastructure, and then building in some of the water and Metro Vancouver utility charges. So just continuing with that, that's what we would be looking at over the next 5 years. So again, as far as the council engagement schedule, we're today at the presentation speakers and taking any questions from council. And then we will be back on December 6th to get any direction and interim decisions from council. I just have a couple of slides on public engagement and priorities just to close us off. We do regular public engagement as part of the budget and the capital plan. And so we just wanted to share with you the top priorities, both like in the past 3 years for the budget have pretty consistently been delivery of core services and housing and affordability. When we looked at the capital plan engagement, it was housing, infrastructure investment, and transportation and street use. As far as funding preferences on the operating budget, we consistently get the feedback that most prefer that we increase or introduce new user fees rather than raising taxes, but most do support a moderate tax increase. In the case of the capital plan, most of respondents preferred to rely on development contributions rather than property tax and utility fees, particularly for growth. And then other takeaways on the budget, substantial interest in public safety and social issues, as well as those two top priorities. And on the capital plan, concern regarding the infrastructure deficit, though the feedback was that the plan does reflect most of the people's priorities in the plan that was approved. For 2023, the engagement process will take place over the month of January. We'll do our civic satisfaction survey, which is through a market research group. Then we have our Shape Your City webpage, and 311 does an intercept survey through their callers, and there's also promotion through the city's communication channels. And then the summary of those findings will come to council by mid-February to give you that information to inform your final decisions on the budget. So with that, we will take any questions from council, and we do just have a process. If you have a question and we don't have the answer right now, if there's more information that you're interested in receiving, we will take that back, and we will, over the next week, we'll respond to all of council through memos to make sure that you've got all the information that you need to approve this budget. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. So council, are there any questions to team members? Yes, there are. So Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, can I, before I begin, Mayor, can I move for a second round? Because I have a number of questions.
Sure. Seconder? Montague, all in favor, say yay. Yay. Nay? All right, carries. Thank you.
Great, thanks. If the clerk can just start my timer, and I'll start now. Thanks very much for the presentation. I know it's a lot of information to convey. The first question that I have is really kind of a stage-setting one, and it's with respect to, if you look at kind of the revenue projections, the overall tax assessment and levies increasing around 9%. I know, I didn't see it in this presentation, but I know in past updates you've given to council, you also showed the projected tax increases in the next 5 years. And I know we're looking at sort of an era of increasing higher taxes. I wonder if you can just sketch out what we're looking at if we don't change or start to do things differently in terms of an increase.
I'll take that one. Yeah, in our 5-year plan, a financial plan right now, again, just adding on what we know.
In the meeting right now.
We're looking at probably a 7% property tax increase and a 10% utility increase over the next 5 years.
Okay, which is pretty significant. So I guess to my question, at the beginning of the last term, I recall there was some discussion by the then incoming council to have the time that is being given here in terms of this process to really delve into and understand the budget. And at that time, there was a push that wasn't kind of an option, if you will. It was an option, but it wasn't supported, I know, by staff. And you mentioned the best practice to approve the budget, and there was a lot of pushback around that, but we're doing it now. So my question in that context is, why are we not, or do we have the opportunity to build the budget differently, potentially build a line item budget so that we are not looking at punitive tax increases at 7 to 9%, and we have some core initiatives that council has previously approved that are actually not even included in this baseline 5%?
So I think that is the process that we would see taking place in the operating budget for over the next few couple of months. In that, the first step is to understand what the priorities are of this council, and then looking at what the current staff work is, and are there trade-offs that could be made. So in the document, there's a list of all of the initiatives that we're currently working on, and I think Paul has just sent out earlier this morning a number of spreadsheets that have all of the detail of initiatives that are not in this budget, but have been previous priorities, and then also how to outline the current state budget and how it's being split between those different priorities. So then council can use that and weigh in on trade-offs that you'd like to make. And generally, because it's largely funded by staff, it's going to be people, and so reorienting those staff to the priorities of this council rather than adding to the budget, right?
Okay, and that could also include a review of past council-directed work or motions that may not have begun yet, for example?
Yes. So in that spreadsheet, there is a list of, I think you have all the Paul had sent all of the motions that have been previously approved, so then you can look through those and stop that work. In the spreadsheet that was just sent, there's the service plan, so all of the key priorities for each of the departments. So you could go through and say, well, I think we could stop that one, or I'd rather do something different, because
Great.
it'd be, yeah.
I appreciate the detail. I'm just going to
Yeah.
try to keep going just for time, for efficiency. Can you sort of speak to why some initiatives that council has supported in the past are clearly signaled that it wanted to support, like the Vancouver Fire's Dark Horse Review, are listed as unfunded initiatives and not included in the budget?
Yeah, I think through, I don't know if anyone wanted to speak specifically to that, but staff went through all of the initiatives that they were currently working on and really have prioritized the ones that they had the resources for, or the skill sets for, the capacity for, and then.
But I guess the question is, like, I'm not sure I understand that in the context of a skill set question, when it was clear council direction that that was the trajectory that council wanted to support, and that's hiring by fire to bring them up to sort of an appropriate competitive authorized strength based on an external benchmark review. So, and we have that expertise within the fire department. So I'm wondering, I'm just trying to understand the rationale for what's included and what's in and what's left out.
Councillor, maybe
Go ahead.
I can speak to that. Again, what we've presented here is, as Patrice has indicated, is current state. So basically, if we keep doing what we're doing today, there's a lot of investments that the previous council had identified as of interest, and we recognize those, and we're happy to provide detail around what those would cost if you were to add them in. I think, we're also cognizant that current state, we're starting at a 5% tax increase. So that is, and we don't, and that's why we're not recommending that council approve this budget. We're just trying to reflect what the current state is.
Okay,
So we need to hear from council what those additions
I'm going
are.
to come back on because I have a number of questions, but if we can keep the answers short so we can roll through them, that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So just looking at the bigger picture here, over the next 5 years, what inflation assumptions are you using for 2023, 24, 25, 26, and 27?
So for 2023, what the staff did is they actually went through and looked at the actual cost increases that we're seeing in things like WorkSafe premiums, et cetera. So that it bakes in the sort of the known increases that we have. And then, Colin, if you can speak to future years.
Just ballpark.
Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So just ballpark, we used Conference Board of Canada forecasts, and their ballpark forecast to drop down from what we have seen over the past year to in the 3 to 4% range over the next few years going forward. So moderating from the higher rates we've seen, that's the forecast going forward.
Okay. And the reason I asked that question, when I look at the 5-year projection, on a compounded basis, our costs are going to go up 48%. The city's probably going to grow at about 6%. So even if we factor in inflation, even if it's at 3%, something else is growing here. So, okay, I think I got my answer there.
Maybe I can just add to that. So in the assumption, again, these are all things that we can work through over the next several months and over the 4 years. There's 1% property tax for increasing our reserve back to its original levels. There's 1% for infrastructure. So that's 2% of that. Generally, wage increases, et cetera, maybe more than historical inflation. So that's been a driver historically. So there are some specific pieces as well as sort of the general work.
Yeah, it was more of a general, like 30,000 foot level.
Yeah, if you look at the utilities.
Sorry. Yeah, I know because we're all on the clock here. That's a nice segue. Roughly, how much of our budget is allocated to salaries, wages, and benefits, roughly?
60%.
60%. Okay.
58, I think, exactly. And then that will differ depending on the department, right? Utilities is very low staff and it's largely capital, whereas public safety is primarily staff.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel because I know, salaries and wages, doesn't matter if you're, in government or in the private sector or for a nonprofit, there's a lot of pressure. So
Yeah.
it actually makes more sense that, it's going to rise above the rate of inflation. When you guys are running your like you're building out your 5-year cash flow models, is there a way of looking at it so we provide core services and we try to get to a sustainable level of property tax increases? I know we're making other investments here, and I get that, and they make sense. But when I look at it and I just get like 10%, 9%, 8.1%, 7.4, 6.6, we have an affordability issue here. We have businesses that are struggling just to make ends meet right now. This doesn't put us on, the right path. And so we have to look at this problem differently and see what our options are.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a model that actually reflects a couple of different scenarios where we maintain service levels, but we get back to a more affordable city.
It is a big challenge for municipalities, particularly one like Vancouver, because the biggest driver is utilities. And that's controlled primarily by two things, by Metro Vancouver's infrastructure, and their costs then get flowed through ours, and our infrastructure renewal. Because of the age of our utilities, we're going through a significant renewal phase, and we will be for several years. So that's probably the two biggest on the growth of the city. Now, those flow into utility rates, but that is still paid by our our property owners. So those are the two biggest ones. And then the next largest driver has been public safety, which has grown as far as investments in staff and wages. So those are the big ones, and that drives property tax and utilities. So there's some limit as to how much the other areas can be reduced, but I can speak to the work that we did a number of years ago. We did do a review of our services, and we did a number of transformations.
I have about 4 seconds here left. I think, the taxpayers in Vancouver, if we just made it simple so they could see, like when you see a 7% tax increase, but you don't understand the context, and we don't talk about the 1% renewal of the infrastructure that's aging, and building up our reserves. If we provided a level of transparency that was easily understandable to taxpayers, I think we could get people on board. But right now, we're all sort of at a loss. It's actually pretty overwhelming. Like it's
completely agree. Absolutely.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I went over time. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks again for all of this information. My first question, and you spoke to this a bit, I know we go through this every year, is I'm wondering if you can speak to what pockets of funding exist in the operating budget that are movable or could be reallocated. As you've said, so much of it isn't particularly movable. So I'm wondering if you can give us a sense of where those margins are. And then my next question is going to be about the impacts of moving those funds.
Yeah, and we can go through that in more detail with council, but we did through the pandemic, we went back to all of our departments and asked them to cut back discretionary spend, hold as many vacancies as they could without significantly impacting service levels. And so that is sort of the level that many of the departments are at. So really it's about reducing services. I mean, there's always work we can do around continuous process improvement and being more efficient. So that needs to happen in the background. But for the big changes, it's determining what services we would reduce the level or stop doing. So in so many of our areas, that it would mean closing, reducing hours at the library or stopping doing certain work. So that's, I think, the difficult decisions ahead, and we can provide that information to council, and then it would be up to council to sort of make those decisions, and we can make some suggestions. But at this point, there's not too much to trim around the edges. There's always some, and we'll continue to look at that. But really, to make significant impacts, it would be looking at services that we would do differently or reduce.
Okay. My second question is for Chief Fry, I think. Can I ask? I'm just interested to hear from you what further money is required to complete the Dark Horse asks on schedule for 2023.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Karen Fry, Fire Chief, City of Vancouver, and General Manager. Outstanding on our dark horse are still 55 positions totaling $6.9 million, of which from the 2021 to 2022, those were 33 positions and 22 for 2023.
Okay. That is helpful. I'm sure I had those numbers somewhere, but appreciate you outlining them like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question probably for you, Patrice, which is around public washrooms. I know the previous council had directed and staff were working on a public washroom strategy, and those costs end up being a mix of operating and capital. I'm interested to know when that strategy might come to council and what it would look like to either earmark some funds ahead of the strategy so we can start implementing it, or what that delay would look like in implementation if we don't earmark funds.
So the strategy will come back to council in the third quarter.
Right.
At that point, you can sort of make some determinations as far as where do you want to go with that. I will note, though, there are funds in the current capital plan, particularly in parks around washrooms, so that we do have funding that's still in place in the current budget.
Okay, great. And then my last set of questions, and I'll ask what I can in this time, is I've just been looking at the list of priority initiatives that aren't included in the draft current state budget, and just wanting to confirm, because my sense was some of this work was underway. So the work around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, is some of that still funded in current state and some not?
Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services. Thank you for the question. Yes, we do have a staff position to continue that work and some funding to support honorariums, to support community engagement. But any funding to implement initiatives would need to come back to council.
Okay. Similar question around language access and language translation. I remember in last year's budget, council approved some additional funds to ensure that we're better translating city materials to be reaching more of our residents.
Hi, thanks, Councillor Brown. Maria Ponticus, Chief Communications Officer. In the last budget, Council prioritized 1 FTE worth of TFT funding to set up our language access policy. That is coming to a conclusion, and there would need to be a re-upping of that funding through the next budget to continue that position and the implementation of the policy. Through that work, though, we have been able to do directional work across the city's departments to implement language access and fulfill quite a bit of translation, including around our extreme weather communications, which you'll see now have full multilingual 5-language translation for the key core and critical components to reach more residents in multi-language.
Okay, but still needs to be it's not funded in current state.
Yeah, it's not funded in current state. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mayor. I have lots of little questions. So just off the top, is this the kind of thing that would be more helpful for us to supply an email question form with lots of various different line items?
Yep, please do, and we'll, as I say, we'll send out a memo back with questions and with responses to everyone. Yeah.
Great. Okay, thanks. I guess just off the very top sort of general question, we see a lot of increase in licensing and fees and that kind of thing on the fee side. Engineering, dog licenses, recreation, everything's going up. Are we anticipating sort of improvements in the KPIs on a lot of that stuff? I know that we certainly hear a lot at council about like permits and licensing delays and that kind of thing. Can we anticipate improvements in the service levels?
I'll get our GM of DBL to respond to that.
Good morning. Andrew Laws, General Manager, Development, Buildings and Licensing. Thank you very much for the question. So, yeah, we will be looking at a number of improvement projects over the next year. In December, we will be coming to council with a briefing that will sort of outline the work done to date and what we're planning to do in the coming year.
So we will be able to sort of at least anticipate when the public come to us and say, oh my gosh, the cost has gone up for this license fee or what have you, that we're also, yeah, but it's going to you'll get it faster.
Yeah, and I'm optimistic that with the information we'll be providing council in December, that you'll see some of the really key improvements we've made and what we're looking forward to in 2023.
That's awesome. Okay, thanks. And this may be more of a question for Lon Leclerc around parking revenues, and we see that it's sort of flatlined. And obviously, I appreciate the post-pandemic travel's reduced, that kind of thing. We did also, I know that as we talked about transitioning to these digital kiosks, the idea that it was going to actually improve revenues because of how the turnover worked. Any sense of how that's playing out in this context, and if we can expect maybe more of a lift?
Yeah. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yeah, with respect to the parking revenues, where we saw the biggest decreases are in the areas where our rates were quite high, in particular the downtown business district, and we saw fewer people heading to downtown areas. So that's a big hit. But we are rolling out pay stations, and we are expanding to areas which are now experiencing new pressures, and we're seeing that in particularly the light industrial areas like Mount Pleasant, around the new St. Paul's Hospital, along the Broadway corridor. And the new pay stations do allow a lot more flexibility for us to change the rate. So that is something that we will be pursuing in the coming years. A lot of work that we plan to do in 2023 won't result in revenues until 2024, just because of the time that it takes to roll out those programs.
So the cost of rolling out these new pay stations, these are capital expenditures, I'm assuming, and there's no ability for us to maybe hold off given revenues are kind of flat?
Well, a lot of times in these new areas, the rates that we charge are actually quite low. So even for Mount Pleasant, in the current state plan, we do include the rollout that we've done in the Mount Pleasant industrial area, but I believe that generates around $250,000. And it's only because it has a daily rate, which is low, and it reflects the relative demand in that area. So generally, our rates have to kind of be set at a rate where we don't scare off the activity, but we still kind of serve the turnover interest.
Okay, thanks. I noticed a line in here about relocating the temporary modular housing at 220 Terminal, $3 million in the capital. I must have missed that memo earlier.
We're in discussions with real estate and facilities management around that site, but all of our temporary modular housing that was implemented in recent years are on short-term leases. And so we are looking at how to extend those, but in the event that we can't, we will need to relocate and find relocation sites.
You know, normally though, these are all provincial. 220 is ours. Is that? So
yes.
That's why we're bearing the cost. And
yes.
And what's the mandate to relocate it?
That's one of the reasons why we're in discussions with REFM around their redevelopment plans.
I see. So REFM potentially have redevelopment plans.
Yes, we can bring that back to council in camera.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My first question is a follow-up from Councillor Kirby-Young's question, I think, to Chief Fry. And that is regarding not just the operational review, the Dark Horse review, but the fact that in the Broadway plan, there was unanimous amendment supported by City Council to look at the kind of increased capacity needed given the increased population projected for the plan. And I'm wondering, I know that will ultimately be capital, but when does the planning start for that, and why is there no mention of that in this budget?
Sorry for taking the time. We currently don't have anything in our proposed budget for that.
Okay, well, maybe we can follow up on that. I'll ask a further question and have you come back, because it was, as I say, a unanimous decision of council to look at how we are going to make sure we have the public safety met through with the increased population growth.
We'll get back to you on that one.
So, Councillor, maybe I can add some context there. Is the growth in Broadway plan isn't expected to materialize in the next 4 years. So when we look at capital investments in Broadway, it will be in future plans beyond this one. Given the time it takes to build out. So absolutely understand Council's direction on that. But we're not looking at major investments in the Broadway area this time because of the time it's going to take those populations to emerge.
Okay, just looking to make sure that we're tracking the number of development permits and the population growth that is happening there. Okay, great. Secondly, Ms. MP, you said that, I'm not sure if I got you right, that there is a 4% budget increase needed to fund the police budget. Was that included in the 7% estimate that you presented overall?
We, in the current state budget, we have it balanced at 5%. It would take, right, and 2% of that would be VPD specific funding. Then the additional funding that VPD has requested above the current state in their budget is another 2%. So that would take our 5% to 7% if we didn't make any other trade-offs, if you just wanted to do the math there. I think the 7% we were talking about before was in the next 4 years.
Yes.
And there is some VPD and fire numbers built into that based on the operational reviews for those next years. So,
okay, that's clear.
So it's part of that 7% as well.
Great, thank you. I think a question for Lon LeClaire regarding water, sewers, and drainage. I noticed that there are lots of line items for sewer connections and, upgrading pipes and all of that. There's pages of it in here. But we know that the city underfunded our replacement of sewers, especially during the 2011 to 2018 years. How far behind are we, and does this budget reflect an increased pace of replacement that it would be a better city standard, or I guess engineering standard, as well as responsive to climate change that is increasing pressure on our sewer system?
Yes, it does reflect an increased pace of renewal. So we are going from about 0.5% of the system to be renewed every year to about 0.7%. In the next capital plan, we would anticipate to go to about 0.9%. Ideally, we would want to be at about 1.2% renewal rate. This is a big task to renew the entire sewer system across the entire city, and most of the system is of similar age. So it's very much recognized that this is a project that takes decades. It's decades ahead of us.
Yeah, it sure is a big thing. So thanks for that. I'm happy to hear we're moving it upwards, but obviously there's lots of risks. Huge storms, create huge havoc on our streets. Okay, that's good. I'll get back on the list, but maybe just to get people thinking, my next question is a rather bigger question around climate and our climate emergency action plan. I'm really wanting to get a sense if you are summarizing all of the dollars going to capital projects over the next 4 years that mitigate climate change. In other words, that reduce GHGs. And I'm out of time, but you have time to think about it. I'll get back on the list. Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Actually, I'll carry on from Councillor Carr's question regarding climate. And last year, the budget was approved with an additional 1% to fund climate. Where can we find that in this budget?
So in the, just to make it simpler around capital, we did email to you a summary of the major priority areas like climate, and it outlined the investments in operating and capital. So just overall, in this budget, there's $60 million in capital investments and 40 in operating that are going to climate. What council did in the last budget was to on the capital side to preserve $9 million of funding in capital that would be ongoing, and that was funded out of property tax. So it's not an increase in property tax this year. It's that funding that's going to continue. So it would be part of the $60 million in capital investments.
That's helpful. That's helpful, thank you. Just moving along, back to the question around VPD funding and the additional 2%. Last week, council made a decision to reduce that amount from 15 to 8 million. So I just want to make sure we speaking to that adjusted number.
So the current state doesn't include any additional officers. It only includes that extra tax increases because of the appeal, to fund the appeal from 2021 that was decided in 2022. So that and other expenses within VPD are driving the current state to be higher than 2022, and the tax impact's about 2%. And then $20 million that VPD has asked above the current state in their budget is another 2%. So about $9 million equates to 1% of property tax to fund $9 million. So they've asked for $20 million more. It's not just officers. They've also asked for other things in their budget, right?
Okay, so it's the
between
20
now
million.
and yeah.
Regardless of the decision made by council last week.
Councillor, maybe I can just speak to the VPD and the budget process. So under the VPD's requirements are to submit a provisional budget to council by November 30th. We understand that budget was passed by the board last week. As far as I understand, it hasn't formally been submitted yet, but it would be in the next day or so. Council's obligation now is to consider that. So council made a decision, but the VPD has asked for something different. So there's going to be a decision now for council around the provisional budget that's actually submitted. Again, as we know, the process, if there's not agreement, is that could be referred to the Director of Police Services. But that's the process that we go through with respect to the VPD budget. So again, we've put a number in here. That's just a reflection of current state, but it really will be the VPD's board-approved budget submission that you will be considering.
Okay.
That doesn't line up with the 8 million. So that's a question for council.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Between now and finalizing the budget in March, that would need to be resolved.
Just getting into a little bit more of the detail related to initiatives that are not funded. And this one is related to maintaining street cleaning service levels. There was a one-time funding of $670,000 that's not funded in this budget. If that investment is not funded as it was in 2021 and 2022, what will we see? Like, maybe this is an engineering question, but where is this service being provided? And what would be the impact of not funding?
Yes, it would be a reduction in service. We actually have the details of that, and we could provide that to you in terms of the frequency at which we do the rounds and the impacts in the specific neighborhoods where council directed that additional street cleaning to happen. So we can provide that to you. I just don't have it handy with me right now.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. I'd like to see that. And I have another follow-up question also, but I will come back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, a couple of questions. Thank you to the city manager, because I was going to ask the question around the VPD board budget in particular and what we're seeing in this budget and what we anticipate will be received from the board. But I do want to go back. There was a slide presented. It was a historical view of property tax increases. And I would appreciate if staff could maybe walk us through the cost drivers. And if you go back in time, I think the slide had, was it 2011 or 2013? But of what's changed from that period of time where you're seeing property tax increases at 2.5% to where we are today. And I've heard different stories over the course of the years I've been here about things that were not funded at that time that got kind of punted forward into the future, including police costs. And so I'd love you to, if we can't do it in this session, I'd love to get a memo that really gets down into the detail of what's changed over the course of these, 7-10 years and where we find ourselves today.
We will, we'll put that in our memo back to you, because then we can give you a more fulsome, but what we know from the work that we did before is, again, the utilities, the increases in Metro have increased, and we've increased, as Lon mentioned, our renewal rate, the percentage, so that's driven from the utility side. In the, post the financial crisis, we held vacancies and we didn't add a lot of staffing. And so in the last few years, both the VPD and the fire department had done operational reviews, and councils had approved additional funding. And again, those are all property tax funded. And then the other one would be the infrastructure renewal, increasing funding for infrastructure renewal. So those would be the large drivers. There is some also around, some additional what we call downloading, but additional services that we have taken on over time. A lot of that impacts capital through housing and childcare, but there's also the impact on operating as well. And I think we had sent out a memo on that. So that was another piece over the last few years. Those would be the big ones, but we can do a more fulsome summary.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I think it'd be helpful. I think it's helpful to look back to and plan for the future. I have a couple of capital questions I wanted to ask. I'll start with the capital questions. One is around bike infrastructure for the 4-year capital plan. Do we have committed funds for the Portside Greenway and the Kent Avenue Greenways from the River District out to the Cambie Canada Line Station, as well as Portside through Powell?
Yes, in terms of bike infrastructure funding, so we are planning to tackle a number of projects. One is Portside Greenway, one is the East Side Crosscut that's in the eastern side of the city. In the south, we're looking at the Kent Avenue. In downtown, we're looking at Butte Street. And then in addition to that, the Granville Connector is planned. In terms of the projects that we actually it will depend a little bit on how that consultation goes in terms of what form that takes. There's just a lot of uncertainty about the East Side Crosscut and the Portside Greenway in particular, in terms of some big trade-offs that are going to be required to achieve those. And so that will depend a little bit on the public consultation.
Okay, that's helpful, and maybe we could get a memo on that as well. I think probably other councillors would be interested as well. I want to shift into asking about the capital plan in terms of childcare provision. Can you give us a sense of the projected childcare spaces that we'll see through the capital plan? So when we get to 2026, how many spaces we anticipate having in place? And if it has to be a memo, that's fine as well.
Councillor, thank you for the question. On the 4-year for the 4-year capital plan, we're projecting spaces approved, budgeted, and construction started, 627 full-day spaces and 20 part-day spaces over the 4 years. And it's a mix of city-led and developer contributed.
So 627 full and 20, did you say
20 part day?
Part day. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And then last question, if I can squeeze it in. Given the topic of Metro Vancouver cost drivers, both infrastructure and utilities, we're part of a metropolitan system, but I'm curious because there is this ongoing pressure of costs. If we looked at what the cost would be if we were trying to undertake those services on our own independently, not as part of Metro Vancouver, because again, it's a rub all the time is these ongoing costs, which again, we have to do, a secondary treatment at Iona by 2030. So I'm just curious what that looks like if we weren't part of that system.
Are you thinking if we were to, what could we strip out as far as costs? Identifying the cost that we're paying
the cost drivers to being a municipality not part of a regional system, what that would look like. I figure my guesses would be more, but
If I could try to answer that, the regional system looks after a different part of the system. And so on the water side, they manage the drinking water reservoirs and the water mains that serve our system, and they connect to it. And then on the sewer side, they run all of the sewer trunks across our entire city, and then the sewer treatment plants themselves. So it is a completely separate part of the system, even though they're connected.
And essentially, if they're like water, we're buying service and
we're at time.
Charging
correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Patrice, this is kind of building off Councillor Dalmanato's question around property tax increases in the early 2010s. You mentioned that a review was done at that time to help limit those property tax increases to around 2.25%. Just wondering what that looked like, the review process.
It looked at a number of different things. One, it looked at sort of a bit of the core services to say, are there things that we're doing that we could stop doing? So that was one of our opportunities because we asked all departments to hold vacancies, including public safety. So looked at sort of reducing things that we could reduce. One of the bigger items that we did was a shared services review. So we actually centralized a lot of a fairly significant organizational change to centralize a number of the activities so that they could be done in a more standard way and less costly way because we wouldn't be duplicating resources as much. So we created a number of brought things together into a corporate organization or citywide organization to provide the services. Another big one we did is we centralized our supply chain activities, and that probably drove the largest part of the real savings, like hard dollar savings, in that we started doing more purchasing on a citywide basis and looking at it on a citywide basis than department by department. So that was a big piece. We did a number of automation projects to automate a number of our process areas. So we went through quite a number of projects over a number of years to look at efficiencies, just modernizing our approaches and keeping our costs down. Yeah. Paul, you want to add?
Sorry, Patrice, one additional factor that's significant was the labor market. So for many of those years, we were negotiating compensation increases that were less than 2%. It was a very different labor market environment that we've been facing in recent years and what we're looking at going forward.
Yeah, and inflation, of course, was lower at that time too. Right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, we were coming out of or recovering from the economic crisis at that time, and I feel that, we're in a similar position now coming out of the pandemic. So just wondering if there might be an opportunity to potentially find more savings there. My other question is around the capital plan. It's a real estate related question. I see we have $110 million for land acquisition. Just wondering, or I'd like to get a sense of how much land the city currently owns that's undeveloped that would be suitable for housing, and what's the plan for that $110 million of land acquisition over the next 4 years?
That might be simple. Go ahead.
Sandra saying, thank you for the question, Councillor. We can bring to Council an update on land acquisition strategy in camera. But as you noted, we do have that budgeted as well as some costs associated with preparing land for housing development. And in terms of the larger discussion around the city's land acquisition, that would be the real estate department.
And is there someone here from real estate?
Hi there, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much. It's Armin Emerly, REFM. We can get that information to you, Councillor Meisner. We have a number of land holdings across the city that we're going to be analyzing and bringing forward to Council for discussion. But right now, we've got a number of properties that we're working on, and we'll be working with ACCS as well on any kind of land development.
Okay, but the intention is to acquire new sites for additional supportive and social housing. Is that the plan?
Yes. Over time.
Okay, just flagging it because it's $110 million over the next 4 years. So if the city has, I just would like to get a sense of what land
we
reserves.
already have, and then what
exactly.
In the event that we don't necessarily have to purchase. Is that where you're going? Okay.
I mean, I'd need to look at what we already have, but just want to get a sense.
And we are getting that forward to you, actually, and that's coming to you shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Oh, hi, thanks, Mayor. So I'm going to ask some very specific question based on this detailed budget, because I really like numbers. So, okay, so I'm going to take you to the page B41.
Which one?
B41. Okay, so this is about operating budget. So I saw the pay-as-you-go funding under water increased by 21%. And also pay-as-you-go funding under the silver increased by 57%. And again, pay-as-you-go funding for the solid waste increased by 98%. Each of them probably is not big money, but combined together, that's over $2 million increase compared to the previous year budget. So I wonder what's going on there for pay-as-you-go funding.
Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So the numbers, the year-over-year changes that you're seeing there reflect the ongoing implementation of a shift in funding strategy in the utilities to incorporate pay-as-you-go funding to a greater extent, and also reflecting just the capital plan overall increases to address the need for renewal in the water and sewer area and sewer separation as required by regulation.
This is Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. So this is our ongoing, I would say, we have started this over a decade ago. It's part of our debt management strategy. So basically, we want to ramp up the replacement kind of rate. However, we don't want to basically take on way more debt so that we have to keep paying more interest. That's why the increase in the replacement rate, the majority of it is really coming from pay-as-you-go. So that's to answer your question.
Okay, so in long run, it's going to be generating some cost saving opportunity, I guess, right?
Absolutely, in particular this high interest environment.
I see. So we won't expect that dramatic increase in the next budget in next year, right? So that's what I'm asking. So.
Well, we will continue to basically do the pay-as-you-go more in order to kind of ramp up the replacement. However, we are holding the debt portion of it pretty constant just to make sure that we're not taking on excessive debt, which is at the detriment of the city's credit rating anyways, so.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so the next question is page 42, B42. Again, the operating budget under the police service. I saw the e-com allocation increased by 23.5%. Is that because of the 911 calls will be increasing next year, or why 24%? I don't expect the 911 call will be increased by that much year over year, right?
ECOM has increased their assessment to the municipalities quite significantly, and that is driven specifically from ECOM costs and the transformation that they're going through to address volumes as well. Right? So that's a direct charge to the city.
And I can elaborate on that. Thanks, Patrice, and thanks, Councillor. So ECOM right now is encountering very significant service challenges. They're not able to meet service delivery needs, particularly around police dispatch. So they are having to dramatically increase their resources, and then as a result, those levies are flowing to the city. They're also making very significant technology upgrades that are mandated by the federal government around next generation 911 technology. So there are huge pressures at ECOM. And the way that system works is it's the customers of ECOM, the shareholders, that pay those prices. So that's the impact for us.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is going back to page B34. So I saw there's a very significant increase of 25% in insurance premium. So there's a newly firearms policy. Can you explain to us what is that new policy? Why it result in a big increase in insurance premiums?
The majority of the insurance premiums were not related to the policy. It was really the increased costs of the insurance market. So I think, as you know, that was right. We'd gone through the floods in BC, and so the insurance rates had increased quite significantly. We were anticipating that. So one second.
Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning and Analysis. So just to speak specifically to the reference to the fine arts policy, that's part of just the strategy of procuring insurance in a most cost-effective way, is to have that as a separate policy. So that reflects an ability to get savings versus if we just procured insurance for the city's fine art holdings through the previous policy coverage.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time. I have other questions to ask later. Yeah, okay.
So we're going to pull a little bit of an audible here. We have two councillors that haven't had an opportunity to speak before everyone goes through the next round. So Councillor Klassen, are you prepared?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to focus a little bit on the neighborhood energy utility. I have some questions about it, and I must admit, I don't think we're going to be able to cover them in the next few minutes. I see that we're forecasting, just based upon the slide deck, because there's a lot of different numbers associated with this project, approximately $35 million of costs to the city over the next 4 years, which includes operations and expansions of the program. That number continues beyond the 4 years. In fact, I think there's a 25-year grid that shows the cost continuing to be very high and then eventually ramp down after a few years. What is our current debt load associated with this project?
We'll get back to you on the specific debt. It's not that significant. And the other piece, just to note, is that all of the fees, all the costs related to the NEU are funded through the fees of their customer base. So it is sort of run as separate from the city to some extent in that it should be self-funding, although we do provide the financial support for that. So, but we'll get back to you with the specific numbers.
Very good, thanks.
Yeah.
I think on page B46, it mentions a 6.8% increase in customer rates. Is that an accurate number? The reason why is I'm looking at the expert panel report talking about a 2% rate of inflation with a 1.2% escalation, which is only 3.2 overall.
Lon LeClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yeah, there's two components of that increase. There's the 2%, which is the inflationary increase, and then there's the 1.2%, which is the additional increase for the connections. So combined, that's a 3.2% increase for the NEU.
And so where does the 6.8% on page B46 come from?
Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning Analysis. So the 6.8%, for clarity, reflects both the 3.2 rate increase that the General Manager of Engineering Services spoke to, and then the difference is around volume increases. So the combination of the rate increase plus the volume increase leads to the 6.8% growth.
So I appreciate that the original plan for this utility was formed in 2006. It's now 2022 going on 2023. Is this a project that we would have tried to do today? Because it seems to me that the accumulated costs associated with it and the risks identified by the expert panel by expanding this program give me some concern that we're going to be carrying a lot of debt on this project for a long time.
It's probably a bigger strategy discussion that might make more sense in a separate briefing, if you wanted to add any particular comments, but there is sort of a lot of background behind that and the role that the city is playing with the NEU, and that some of the strategy has changed over time, so it probably would be worth doing a bit of a review for you.
And maybe I would just comment a little bit further is some of the big capital investments were in the system that extracts the heat energy out of our sewer system, and that's the primary support or source of energy for the system. The distribution pipes that we own right now are kind of the essential component of the system. If you needed to think about it, being in the generation of the energy piece is not something that the city needs to be in. There's certainly some advantages to us being in the distribution system just for the benefits of connecting all the buildings and requiring them to connect.
I actually saw on our the City of Vancouver Twitter feed that we've received some federal grants. There's a reference to a federal grant here. How much is that grant? How much is it intended to continue to cover our current, I would assume, operating costs of this project?
Yeah, and the federal grants, the grants that we get for the neighborhood energy utility are actually only available to municipalities. And so if it was a separately funded, privately operated system, I don't know that they would be eligible for those grants, but that does help us make the business case for the project. The most recent one, team, was it FCM? It was 10 million or? Yeah, it was around 10 million from FCM to support the system.
Thank you. I'm at time.
Thank you very much. Just, I'm letting everyone go over a little bit because I know we have 10 minutes. I will be cutting everyone off at 10 minutes if they go a second time. So oh, you have to get back in the queue. Doesn't work that way. Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Mayor. Previous council approved an allocation of, I believe it was 1% for poison drug crisis, and I'm just wondering where in the budget that is. I can't seem to find where that would be.
That was allocated to specific initiatives, so we can report back to council with how that funding was allocated.
Yeah, it was a 0.5% tax increase. Yeah. So, and most of it went to fund a medic unit in Vancouver Fire, but we can follow up with the details on that.
Okay. Following up on Councillor Zhao's questions, the 25% increase in the insurance premiums, that too seems a massive increase. Do we have a dollar amount associated to that?
We'll get that back to you.
Okay.
We do have it, yes.
Let me see. The on page B45, there's a line item in there, 13% increase, $429,000 increase. Thank you.
Engagement?
Yeah, so what accounts for it's a $429,000 engagement department for the comms engagement department.
Yes, we can explain that one.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, Councillor. Thanks for your question. Maria Ponticus, Chief Communications Officer. There's actually no net increase in staffing or costs for communications and engagement. The 109,000 out of that represents general salary increments and benefit costs in line with the rest of the city. The remaining 320,000 you're seeing there represents a change in how the finance department is presenting interdepartmental transfers of funds. So that does not present any change. It's actually a net zero. So it's just how it's presented. And if you wanted to see the balance sheet of how that works out, Colin's team could provide you a summary of that.
Okay. I think those are my questions for now, Mayor.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to sort of go back to a couple sort of 10,000-foot level and talk about infrastructure renewal and the 1% that we're now allocating towards catching up on our infrastructure gap. And I know that past updates indicated that we had about an $800 million gap in terms of investment, and that with the additional investment, this upcoming capital plan, if I recall correctly, of $300 million, we still have about a $500 million gap that we need to meet. So my question in terms of with the level of investment and the additional 1% that's being allocated now towards infrastructure renewal, what pace is it going to take us to actually catch up and renew it so that we don't see things like the side of the aquatic center falling off and, that seniors, boilers not failing in community centers where seniors are doing programs, that kind of thing? Where are we in terms of that trajectory?
When we send out our memo, we'll send out a chart which we've modeled out sort of the time it would take to sort of fill that annual gap, because it will take, it will take a number of years. Absolutely. We do, though, expect that we aren't going to be able to fill the gap ourselves. So we are looking to senior government funding at different times. So that helps us to bridge that gap as well. And we're continuing to work with the feds in the province on looking at funding programs for infrastructure. So we're not alone as a municipality. So we're doing our part, but we are expecting senior government funding. But we have a chart I can send. It definitely is decades out.
That would be really helpful. And in terms of the intersection of these sort of additional 1%, and Councillor Bly had asked about the climate 1%, a lot of that infrastructure upgrades can actually support climate, right, through mitigation or adaptation. And I'm wondering the level of analysis that's been done between those two in terms of, as we're upgrading some of those, the infrastructure, you've got greener heating systems, HVAC, more energy efficiency, that kind of thing. So I'm wondering if we've done a tie there. And I must confess, I was very unclear myself on the explanation of where that 1% is sitting in the budget. You referenced it was capital. There was part of it $60 million. But that, to me, when that motion was passed, was not a one-time. So can you address those 2 points for me?
Yeah, on the capital plan, absolutely. When we do the capital plan, we don't look at just the asset and renewing it. We look at how does it meet other goals, whether it's equity, climate, all the other areas. So we prioritize that way. And so an example of the renewal, in renewing a new building, those new buildings would be at the net zero standard, right, or a passive house standard.
I guess put another way is, my question is, are we doubling up? Because a lot of our investment, like how are we actually quantifying climate investment? You mentioned one bucket at 60 million, but arguably could a lot of our infrastructure, and we've got 1.8, I think it was on that slide, it's going to existing infrastructure renewal. Isn't a large portion of that not climate upgrades? So are we really actually under quantifying the sheer amount that we're investing in climate friendly?
Yeah, I can, well, I'll send council out a chart that we do where we've said that the climate investment on mitigation and adaptation is specific to achieve the goals of those strategies, but we do a lot of other investment in our infrastructure that's for climate. So I will send that out to you, and that might answer your question. If not, we can bring it back.
And I'll follow up with questions as well, because I actually think that we're not painting the whole picture of how significant our climate investment is today, currently. The other thing I want to switch over is a very specific project, and it's the Gastown Complete Streets. And I recall Council supported a motion, made an amendment to increase, I think, some of the initial work, because our streets are literally falling apart, from 7 to 10 million, and then identified that I think the whole Complete Streets project for Gastown was around 35 million, with direction to staff to look at close the gap. I'm looking at Appendix A and trying to identify where that sits, and then also the multi-year in Appendix B, and I'm having difficulty identifying specifically what is set aside for Gastown Streets based on that motion that was passed.
Yes, the last council directed us to increase the funding towards Gastown Streets, but also another one was the increased number of pedestrian signals and crossings as well. And at that time, rather than increase the capital budget for the 4-year plan, what we had proposed was that we try to front load it, which was that we try to spend, we would make our efforts to spend the money in the first 2 years, and in the midterm capital plan adjustment, if we were making progress, then we would allocate more funds to those programs.
Before I run out of time, how much is in the 2023 capital budget for Gastown Streets? And
for 2023, it's really only a consultation mostly. On Gastown, we're focusing on the repair of the street cuts. What's in there? Yeah, so 5.8 we have in there. I mean, ideally, so like the expectation is if we can get some progress, come up with a design, start constructing, and we can do that in the first 2 years, then we would kind of build on the momentum and kind of reallocate funds to that in the later years.
Okay, I'd love a follow-up summary on that if I could. Thank you.
Thanks. I also have some questions about our climate investments, and I'm wondering if we can just get a bit more sort of tangible detail. I know sometimes it seems abstract for people, but my sense is that a lot of those climate investments are going, as we just heard, to pedestrian safety and EV charging and trees. Can we help make those investments a bit more, I don't want to say concrete, but tangible for folks?
Very sorry, I missed your question.
I'm wondering about our, if you can help make our climate investments a bit more tangible for people in terms of pedestrian safety and EV infrastructure. So it, I just get the sense from the public sometimes it seems like a sort of amorphous blob of investments, but we often hear from the climate team the co-benefits around street safety and health and whatnot. So I'm wondering if we can get a bit more tangible detail about where those operating dollars are going.
Yes, I think we can pull that together for you. We'll send that out in the memo as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that would be great. And I'm happy to hear some of it now. I'm also interested in what cuts would mean to some of those investments in terms of health and safety and emissions.
I'll be answering your question just slightly differently. Michelle Schulz, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. I can tell you where money is specifically for facilities. We have $6 million for our energy optimization program, which is specifically for reducing greenhouse gases in all of our existing buildings. And every new project that we have going forward, and this relates to the earlier question, I would say about between 3 to 5% of each brand new project would be a premium to meet the passive house requirements to make sure that we have net zero GHG and close to net zero energy.
Okay, and are there numbers or impacts we have in terms of savings on energy or savings on having to upgrade projects down the road, or health impacts from public spaces that are hotter or cooler?
Yeah, these projects will all help reduce costs for operating in terms of energy dramatically. Okay. And yes, they'll also provide cleaner air as well.
Okay, and I'd be happy to receive by memo some of those more specifics, again, with an eye to sort of what the impacts would be if we were to cut that back.
Right. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I know in our climate emergency and in our adaptation plan, we specifically identified the amounts, and there's like 300 million in the capital plan specific to CEEP, and so we'll send you that in detail. I think that's easier than verbal.
Sure. I appreciate that. Thank you. And with the rest of my time, I just want to go back to that spreadsheet list of priority initiatives that aren't in the draft current state. There was a line item around downtown East Side, what the document called comfort stations, 2 washrooms in Victory Square and the downtown East Side that looked unfunded. Would those washrooms not, I think they're washroom trailers, would they not continue unless additional funding is added? We hear a lot of concerns about PCs, and those public washrooms are obviously a key answer to that.
Yeah, I believe what you're referring to is the 2 underground washrooms that we have, one at Victory Square and one at the Main and Hastings. And it was just that we had a long-term contract operating with a family operation, and they've now moved on, and the costs that we were paying are not reflective of the actual cost and doesn't reflect living wage. And so that's the difference. And so we would have to pull from reserves on that to actually fund that this year, because we didn't anticipate that additional cost.
Okay, so if that funding doesn't get added to the budget, we would just pull it from reserves so we can keep those washrooms open?
We would have to look to some source to keep them operating. At this point, we're not planning on closing them. We're identifying that
okay.
difference is there. Yeah, and it's something that just came late to us as well.
Okay, I have another question that might also be for you, Lon. There was another unfunded line item around implementing accessibility requirements from the new provincial accessibility legislation.
It's not me.
Okay, sorry. I think everything's engineering now.
So the new legislation calls on municipalities to establish standing committees and processes around annual accessibility plans, as well as community engagement and tracking of delivery on those plans. And then, of course, there's all the work around actually implementing the plans themselves. So what we don't have in the current state budget are the resources needed to implement that administrative function of supporting the task group undertaking the annual engagement and maintaining and reporting out on the plans.
Okay. Sorry about that. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And Patrice, revenue stabilization reserve. I see you have it in here. We're now at 4%. It should be at 8 to 16%. Can you just really briefly give us a sense of what we need that revenue stabilization reserve for and what it means if we don't have that kind of?
So the purpose of the Revenue Stabilization Reserve is to provide funding for unforeseen events or activities, reductions in revenue, things that happen during a year, in order for us to be able to react. So very simplistically, our budget has to balance every year. So if we had a revenue drop of 10%, like we did during COVID, we would have to raise property taxes by 20% the next year to cover it. You know, my math isn't quite right, but you know what I mean? So we'd have to recover it immediately through our revenue, and that's the way that, through increasing property taxes or other fees. So with the stabilization reserve, it gives us time to be able to say, okay, here's funding we can use, and then find our way to build it back. So, or other returns that we can get on having put that money in.
So you talk about a future strategy to rebuild it. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we had a member motion that committed $16 million from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve, half to go to VPD, half to go to Vancouver Coastal Health for the hiring of new nurses. I know we've talked about the VPD. Has that allocation been kind of factored in this projection, and what would the strategy look like to rebuild the Revenue Stabilization Reserve?
So I think in our current state, we haven't factored in that that change as yet, but it would also obviously reduce our reserve again. The expectation would be that council would fund that through property taxes in the new year or other offsets, because that's only for one time, an amount for 1 year, right? So it needs to be funded on an ongoing basis. So that's where reserves are not really funding sources for operating expenditures, right? That's not really the right purpose. Because it's only going to provide one-time funding, which isn't going to work for fire or police officers or nurses, because we want to hire them for more than 1 year. So again, it was, I guess, if we needed a funding source in 2022, that was the only funding source that we would have for committing funds in 2022. So
a strategy to rebuild the reserve, what does that look like?
So, and that was, again, a driver. If we looked at our 5-year plan, the team added 1% per year of property tax to rebuild it. Again, if we have surpluses, that also helps to rebuild it as well, but it will take us some time. It took us quite a bit of time to get to 8%. And then through the pandemic, I mean, we used it, that's what it's supposed to be for, is that we were able to offset, our revenue losses, and we reduced the number of service reductions we had to do in 2020 and 2021. But we do need to rebuild it back.
Okay. Pivoting to something totally different. Last month at Metro, the water DCC changed quite radically from a 90% municipal assist to a 50% municipal assist, which, by way of example, means the difference from a fee for water hookup of about $850 for an apartment to $4,261 for an apartment. Is this factored into some of this? Obviously, it's fairly recent, but what is it? I know there was no financial testing for this decision at Metro. Do we know what it's going to look like for our DCL, DCC kind of factors?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge with Metro's adjusting their DCCs is there's only so much room in a development for development charges, right? And so if Metro increases theirs, then there's may not be enough room for us to increase it to recover all of our development costs. So having it in a uncoordinated fashion is really challenging. And so given that they've increased theirs, it may impact some of the developments that Vancouver is seeing if people say, well, I can't afford to pay both of those, and may delay their developments, things like that.
So potentially a revenue decline or slow
down in some types of development.
And so we haven't factored this into
any
of this outlook. Okay.
No, it is a risk.
Okay.
In the way that went about.
It's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Great, thanks. I left you with a question. So that was summarizing the projects over 4 years and for 2023 that mitigate the climate change. And if you don't have that list now, reporting back on that, I would appreciate.
Yes, we have a chart. I think it would be easier if I forward the chart to you of the adaptation and mitigation items and the dollar value. And then we can also talk about the leverage with other other work that we're doing, for instance, in the landfill, which impacts climate. We're doing it because it's regulatory requirement, but the gas collection is a climate benefit as well. So we have that in a chart. It's probably easiest to send out.
I think that was one of the big ones that got us to reduce, to be on our trajectory to reduce GHGs by 45 to 50% by 2030. But okay, that's good. I appreciate that. It's for me an issue because I noticed that we have another $20 million in the budget for climate adaptation. And so I'm wondering, again, maybe this is a good report back. What is the balance? Now we're getting into extreme weather conditions, which force us to adapt and to put money into repair. Yet we still have to reduce GHGs, else it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So I'm interested in a response on that balance between how much money is going into repair and adaptation versus mitigation.
Oh, and that chart will show the two.
They'll show the two? Okay, that's great.
You're right. One is urgent and the other's important.
Okay.
Becoming more urgent, yeah.
They are both urgent, really, but thank you. I just think it's good for us to know that balance. I follow up to Councillor Boyle on the energy retrofit of public buildings. One of the answers is to that it reduces operating costs, plus gets us cleaner air. What about cooling? Are all the retrofits that we're doing also considering in this case, it is adaptation. It is a response to the fact that we had our heat dome and 99 Vancouver residents died for lack of cooling.
Yes, they all are heat pump solutions that provide cooling as well.
Right, okay. Do we have a sense of how many of our civic buildings, especially the public-facing civic buildings, have now been retrofit in order to provide safe places of retreat for our residents in times of real climate or weather emergencies?
Get back to you on that one. We've done a lot of work there, yes.
That's good. It's good to know. I'd really be interested also in the distribution. In other words, if people throughout the city have access. I know we're well on the way with our branch libraries, but I don't have a good sense of the whole thing. Okay, that's great. Film industry, power kiosk network. You know that this was my motion like 4 years ago or 3 years ago now. And I note that we only have $800,000 in the budget, and that's in our 4-year budget and none in 2023. Maybe you can explain what the issue is around that, and particularly because the film industry was willing to actually put money into it by paying rental fees on the space where they did offshoot filming.
I can get back to you with the details, but we do have we have 2 kiosks in operation, I believe, right now, and we have another 2 underway. Their kiosks are partially funded through their permit fees, and so that is a collaboration with them that we're anticipating to continue.
Great, awesome. Maybe when you get back to me on that, also, I have heard that there's a real kind of sticking point around BC Hydro and their ability to provide us with the sufficient power to enable those power drops, which are not only useful for the film industry, but for all our community events as well, like the neighborhood festivals and that kind of thing. So I'd appreciate some sort of update.
I can look into that.
Awesome, that would be great, thank you. I'm going to run out of time for my questions, Mayor, so I will send the ones I don't get to in. And I just think I might end with the question around active transportation. I noticed that the connections to schools, pedestrian curb ramps, don't have any money in the 2023 budget for that. This is page C32.
So the good news is that the last council directed us to eliminate the backlog of curb ramps that we had as requests to convert to ramps. So that was about 688 curb ramps approximately. So now we have about 141 outstanding requests. We do feel that we'll be able to kind of keep up with the pace of requests now that we've been able to get through the backlog.
688, that's great.
Yeah, still have another 2,600 to go.
Thanks. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just turning to page B80, referring to the capital budget, what is the total number of daycare spaces being planned in the capital plan to the end of the 4 years, basically?
The four-year capital plan projects 627 full-day spaces and 20 part-day spaces over the 4 years. And that's a mix of developer contributed and city-led spaces.
All of them?
Yeah, so there's about 253 developer contributed spaces and 20 part-day, those are full-day and part-day, and then 374 city-led spaces.
Okay. Thank you very much. Turning to B38 regarding Park Board budgeting, just noting that there is reference to the Stanley Park train revenues. And I'm just wondering, obviously given the recent media reports and the state of the Stanley Park train, how we can be forecasting revenues if it's not currently running, and if we are planning on fixing it, what's the cost there?
Morning, Donnie Rosa, GM with the Park Board. The assumption at the time was that we would have the train repaired, that we had a train whisperer coming in to address that. So we were trying to mitigate the risks.
So can you just clarify what that means?
I'm going to ask for a little assistance here.
Thank you.
Hi, Natalie Freilich, Director of Financial Planning and Analysis for the Park Board. The assumption at the time of the budget was that we were going to be able to repair some of the trains. So at that time, in this current state budget, we were assuming that only 2 trains would be running for the special events.
Okay, when was this budgeting done for Park Board?
This was done in September.
Okay, and so now what's this current state of the plan?
As of right now, the trains are not in operation, is my understanding.
And the 2 trains or less than that were budgeted, were they working in September?
At the time of the budget, my understanding was that it was not working. Not working. Or it was, we were still kind of unknown at that point.
Okay, so there was a plan in September to potentially repair in order to have revenue for the next year's budget, 2023. And now the plan?
Thank you. We are still looking at the possible repair of the train, so it's still an unknown state, but we do want to be ready for it to be repaired.
By the spring? Or these, just to justify the revenue? I'm just trying to understand that piece.
That's what we're working toward.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. One other question that I had is regarding parking revenue. And just to better understand, I think we talk about this year over year, and there's often the public consultation is around user fees or to sort of balance the budget, so to speak, and parking revenue being an opportunity, maybe in some areas less than others, so not to increase parking fees in areas where they're already high. I'm wondering if you can share on the strategy around parking revenues, and if we have an opportunity, like what would that look like if we were to increase fees?
Well, there's only certain fees that we can increase. Well, first of all, there's a bylaw that directs us in terms of meter rates. So if you're thinking about parking meters when you go park on the street, the bylaw directs us to review those on an annual basis. There's 2 time periods. There's the daytime and there's the evening rate. And we survey all the block faces in the city where we have meters. And if the block is on general less than 60% occupied, we actually drop the rate by $1 an hour. And if it's over 85% occupied, we increase the rate by $1 an hour. This way we kind of manage turnover such that there's always about 1 or 2 parking spaces per block on every block in the city. So that results in some pretty widely different rates. So up as high as $10 an hour and as low as $1 an hour across our city. Those rates are not too much of our ability to change because they're so market driven. And when the demand arrives, we can arrive with parking meters or pay parking, which actually helps manage the amount of parking on the street and frees it up. So that's why I'm talking about new areas like the Broadway corridor where we're seeing new demand occur that we can introduce meters. The ones that we can just increase arbitrarily are actually parking permit fees, or like residential parking permits. So originally when they were created at the city, they were set at a revenue neutral. So it kind of costs the administration of the system. We realized that that wasn't effective where the demand for permit parking is very high, such as in the West End. So we actually dramatically increased the rate of a permit in the West End to bring down the sales and free up parking for people. And so there's other areas in the city where we're in this capital or this budget, we have a 10% increase in areas where we think that we're kind of overselling the permits and they could use an increase. Those could probably go up by 20%. So that's just an arbitrary number.
Okay,
And we're
that's
over
helpful.
time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry about that. I'll be really quick. I'm just trying to get a sense for how much control we actually have over our own budget. And so, we have things that we don't control. We have things that in theory we control, but we really don't. And then we have the controllables. So do you have some sense what that breakdown would be on a percentage basis? And by that, I mean, we have Metro, we have school taxes, we have utilities, we have costs that are downloaded. Those are not controllables, I guess. Investments in infrastructure, in theory, they're controllable, but not really because we create a big bomb for us at the end. And then there's everything else. Do we know what that mix is, roughly?
We can give you a better calculation, but on property tax, it's 50% city and 50% others, plus or minus a few percent. And then within the property tax, about 40% is public safety. Within the property tax, probably about 40% of that is public safety, fire, and police. So police needs to be a discussion between the city and police. They obviously have the ability to go to the province if the city isn't funding to the level that they're looking for. So that's usually a collaborative process that we go through for them to also understand the city's financial position. Fire is more within the city's control, but again, on most of the public safety, there's required minimum staffing levels for the service, et cetera. So that is sort of the barriers around the service, adjusting services there. So then you've got your capital and your other ones is probably about another 20%. So there's then you get into parks, ACCS, new services, those areas.
I know we're not going to solve it today, but is there, would you be able to put together a little note?
Yes, absolutely.
Like very simplistically, just so we get a feel for what we're working with here. The other thing that's come up is, I've had, and I know a lot of the councillors have had a lot of conversations with people in the public, and there is an appetite for people to, donate either through their estates, what have you, to the city. And what we've also heard is some of those donations are getting rejected. Is there an aversion from the city from accepting donations to fund these, like the train, for example, or other, community centers?
The city can accept donations. We can provide tax receipts for donations. I think the consideration that we would have is if someone donates a fixed item, all the operating costs then have to be provided by the city. So we would need to have the funding to be able to operate it. So often where donations tend to be the capital asset, but very few people donate operating dollars. And that's really what we need in order to reduce the property tax, et cetera. So that's the challenge.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Patrice, I noticed in the highlight presentation, the first presentation that you showed, on page 31, it mentions $1 million in 2023 and $6 million over the next 4 years for EV charging infrastructure for non-city buildings. So I'm just wondering what type of buildings that would be. Like if they're not city buildings, what are we funding?
Yeah, that is part of our climate emergency action plan to provide fund EV charging outside of city properties.
You said outside city property?
Yeah.
Oh.
Rosemary, are you someone able to speak on WebEx? Because Doug Smith is on WebEx if we open that up. Oh, wait, sorry, Teresa will cover that one.
Brad should be on WebEx.
Brad Bedell.
I
am. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Brad. You want to
Great.
introduce
Thank you.
yourself?
Mayor and Council, this money is for public buildings. It's for rental buildings. So we're working with BC Hydro on a program to support EV charging in rental buildings to enable those renters to have access to charging. So that's primarily what this funding is for, if that helps.
Okay, so is it an incentive for developers of rental buildings to put in EV charging stations? Is that correct?
No, so we require for new buildings, we have requirements for EV charging. That's been in place for a while. This is for existing rental buildings. Building owners are able to access funding through the city and BC Hydro to enable technical support as well as some funding for the infrastructure itself. And the infrastructure is actually owned by the city over its lifespan.
But it's inside the building, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not doing that for market buildings, just for rental. Is that correct?
That's correct, for rental buildings.
Okay. How about EV charging stations in neighborhoods that people that don't live in one of these rental buildings can access? Is there any money for that in that $6 million?
There is funding for that in the budget as well, Councillor. It's in a different location through engineering, but we've been installing fast charging across the city for a number of years and are continuing to do that work to make sure that everybody is within the reasonable access of those chargers. So that is in the budget, just in a different location.
Okay, and what does that number look like?
We might have to get back to you on that one. I don't have that at my fingertips.
Okay. Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
My other question was, and I just heard the end of it earlier, around Gastown and the street rehabilitation. The $6 million that's in the budget. Just wondering if that is just continued patchwork or is that actual reconstruction of the street surface? Just wondering what we can expect to see.
It's a couple of things. First of all, the patchwork, the cut repairs are actually funded by the utilities that make the cuts. And so often we hold off on doing repairs if we're planning on making changes. And so we had been doing that in a number of locations across the city. We're just getting caught up on that work. So that's through a different funding source. What you see in the capital plan there would be for planning for the capital expenditure, designing, and hopefully building. So it's kind of all components of that. And we're not quite sure how far we'll get in that process. That's one of those things that really depends on the community process.
Okay, so were you expecting design to potentially cost $6 million?
No, I mean, again, we set aside an amount in there, which is a combination of everything.
Okay.
Yeah, and just hope that we'll be able to make progress on it. If not, it'll move to the later years of the capital plan.
Okay, I'd be very disappointed to see that move to later years because it's been a very, very long time coming.
Agree.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to go over a little bit, so can I please get a motion to extend this meeting? Councillor Carr.
Second.
Councillor Meisner. Thank you very much. All in favor? All opposed? It carries. Thank you. Great. Yeah, so I just want to clarify that this extension is just so councillors can finish their questions to the team members, and then we will be breaking for lunch. Councillor Joe?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So I got a follow-up question to Councillor Bly's parking question. So I think based on this document, it says parking bring up 4% of our revenue. So that translates to about $80 million per year. So, I was wondering if, what would be the impact if we increase the parking fees to our overall revenue? Because the relationship is not linear, right? If we increase by 10%, it won't translate to the 10% revenue because some people, they thought it might be too expensive. They don't park there. So I wonder, I'm thinking about this mathematically. Is there a sweet spot over there? It's like a curve over there to maximize our revenue. Have we done any modeling, any analysis like that?
Yeah, and the only way we can do that is through the trial and error and see how the market responds. It's hard for us to know, like the rates that we have on the street, the way that they're set right now is dependent on that exact decision, because often people have another place they can park. Another choice or another lot. So we have city-owned lots and we have on-street lots, but we're not the only option for people. And so that's why the rates, when I was describing earlier about the rate adjustments that we make, we lower them when we're seeing no cars. Because of course that's not going to make any money, and also it discourages, it stops the very nature of what we're trying to provide is convenient parking. And so we never know exactly what the value of the convenience is, because off-street parking will generally be cheaper.
Okay, but still, I think given all the historical data, we can do some modeling to identify that sweet spot to maximize our revenue.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, when we saw the drop in revenues continue through this year, our team did a lot of investigation into where those changes were occurring, and it's actually quite uneven. Some areas are doing very well, especially if they're near a park or something like that, and some areas like downtown are not doing very well. And so it's not a single answer in terms of what that forecast should be or what's possible, but we'll continue to do that work.
Okay, thanks, Long. Yeah, so I think I'd like to help on this analysis because I have done a lot of experience of this modeling before. Okay, anyway, so the next question is on page B35. So it says the CPP premium increased by $2 to $3 million in 2023. So I wonder if that money is included in our downloaded cost analysis before. That money is coming from the federal government, right?
No, this is Canada Pension Plan premiums.
Yeah.
We would fund as a city.
Right, but that's the federal government downloaded to us because of the increase of premium.
You could consider that a download, I suppose, yes.
Okay, so it is included in our previous download analysis. Is that right or not?
Colin Knight, Director of Citywide Financial Planning Analysis. So in the previous memo that was shared with you, the Canadian Pension Plan contribution increases, which happen every year to some extent, but it's been phased over a multi-period. We did not itemize that as a specific line item that we were highlighting and downloading. I see the argument. It is a cost that the city bears that is imposed by the federal government. So we can look at adding that, but that wasn't one that we specifically highlighted.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all my question.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm going to circle back on the NEU questions. So just doing that rough math from the continued subsidization of the expansion, we're looking at about $35 million over 4 years. Those costs will continue. So we're looking at roughly just under $8 million a year to be able to continue this program as it stands right now. Do we have a sense of the lifespan of this particular utility, the Southeast Falls Creek utility? It began operations in 2010. Is it supposed to last 25 years, 30 years, 50 years?
Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. Basically, this type of utility asset, it runs more over like 40 years, and of course, there will be ongoing capital maintenance. However, when you see the trajectory of basically increasing capital investment, and also you can see like the curve, like, when we're collecting revenue, we actually follow the standard, I would say, utility levelized model, like BC Hydro or other regulated utility, to make sure that when we incur the capital investment over time, over 25 years to 30 years, we can recover all our capital investment, as well as having a kind of quasi-regulated return on our investment as well. So we follow those commercial utility model as well.
Notice that the service area was expanded in 2018 to include the False Creek Plateau and Hemp. Are other utilities available to building operators, such as the New St. Paul's, in that area?
Lon, do you want to talk about it? I think one of the key strategy basically is that every single time when the utility need to consider expansion, we will do the expansion test only if and when there's enough utility load before we will consider expanding. But
Yeah, in fact, a new heat pump is being installed into the utility right now, which increases its capacity. Ultimately, the more buildings that are connected to the system, the more energy efficient it becomes. It also is, because it's a heat energy, it can actually supply or accept heat, which is also different, so that it does mean that some of our customers are actually contributing to the heat and actually make some money, and other customers are using the heat and are actually having to pay for it. But the more that we connect, generally the more efficient it becomes. They generally have the choice of connecting to other services, but if the city owns the utility, we can require it if we wanted to, as an environmental objective, because it's a low carbon source.
Thank you. There are other district energy facilities in the immediate area. Does the city have plans to either build or perhaps purchase other NEUs?
No. In fact, there's the River District Energy System down on the Fraser River. In the downtown, there's a steam heat system, which has 200 office buildings connected to it. That's a private operation. There's no interest in our part to do any more. In fact, the only reason I believe that the city started in that endeavor was actually related to creating the most sustainable community in the world, which was in advance of the Olympics.
Thanks very much. Is this expected at some point to provide a return on investment, and would the city get that return?
yes, this is correct. When we first started setting up this utility, one of the key element or guiding principle is that if and when the council of the day choose to dissolve it for whatever reason, we always want to kind of follow the commercial utility model, so that if someone is interested in buying, there will be no fluctuation in rates, because we're not subsidizing the ratepayers. We're just purely follow the commercial model. So that was the intent anyways.
Very good.
And just want to kind of add a little bit to your last question about potential kind of like optimization or whatever opportunities with other district energies. I think constantly when we look at expansion, we also look at, should we be expanding just kind of like investing in the pipes versus kind of buying energy produced by other clean energy companies. So we don't always need to increase our investment in the energy production side of things. Maybe we can focus more on the distribution side of things. So we always consider those opportunities.
I'm at time, and I know that we'll probably get a further briefing on this a little bit later on. Clearly we're trying to balance the necessity of making sure that we reduce our carbon emissions with this financial sustainability. So that's the direction of my questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Now that everyone's gone through this, why don't we break for lunch and come back at 1:20? Is that okay? Awesome. Great. Thank you, everyone. started? Great. All right. Hello, everyone. We're going to get started now. Last person to stop speaking is going to have to tell a joke. All right. Okay, before we begin to hear from speakers, I would like to note the following. I would like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members may ask questions of speakers for up to 3 minutes following their presentation. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. For our speakers, after their comments, council may or may not have any clarifying questions for you. The public is encouraged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and to follow along at Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on the agenda item, can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we will go back to the others over the speakers list, calling those who missed their turn and give them the opportunity to speak. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. I want to remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the agenda items. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, team members, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during a meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure that they're using respectful language. We will now begin with speaker number 1 on the public bodies and union representatives section of the speakers list. Kevin Lowe, he was the chair of the Vancouver Public Library Board.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Kevin Lowe, Chair of the Vancouver Public Library Board, and I'm happy to be here with Christina DeCastel, Chief Librarian and CEO. Let me first acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral and present homelands of the Musqueam and the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We are proud to have adopted the findings of the city's UN DRIP task force and approve our own Indigenous rights and reconciliation strategy, which outlines actions to make Indigenous rights and truth and reconciliation feel present and meaningful in the lives of all our community members. I've had the pleasure to meet many of you and welcome several of you for tours recently, and you've seen how busy the VPL spaces are. We welcome more than 6 million people in a typical year, and before COVID, we saw more than 5,000 people every day at Central Library. We're well on our way back to these levels. It goes without saying that our city faces many challenges, and I'm here to talk about how VPL helps to address these challenges and advance your goals. In the area of community wellness, COVID reinforced the vital role that VPL plays in fighting social isolation. This includes through children's learning and literacy, through story time and STEM programming, through helping immigrants find work that aligns with their training, through free programmings that tackle issues such as anti-Asian hate. In the area of public safety, we know that what happens in our neighborhoods happens in our libraries. Research shows that libraries reduce crime in our neighborhoods. We are a safe roof and a welcoming space for people that have no other place to go, regardless of socioeconomic status. On climate change, we are part of the city's critical infrastructure as a refuge during extreme weather. Our spaces are packed on days when people need air conditioning and air filtration to escape heat waves and wildfire smoke, or when we have extreme cold. To advance the city's economy, we provide job search programs, tools for digital creation, and free spaces for hundreds of workers who live in cramped housing and need a place to work. To support people with differing abilities and as they age, we offer services such as home delivery, and for those who struggle with mobility, or live in care homes. We do all of this and more with the same number of staff we've had for 10 years. VPL's board recognizes that the library has reallocated as much as possible to meet growing community needs, and no more can be done within the current budget. To be clear, any budget reduction will lead to reduced hours and branch closures. However, we can do more to support your priorities, but it will require investments. I'll share with you a few of the priorities for investment that are not possible within the current budget. First of all, the city is struggling with overlapping crises. This is affecting our downtown locations where people are struggling with mental health and affordability and have become dependent on VPL as a public space. An investment of $350,000 would enable us to hire a social worker and 2 community access workers to support staff in addressing these challenges and connect marginalized people with services they need. Secondly, we need every staff member in our branches to support public-facing services. With $100,000, we can convert 22 existing materials-only positions to public-facing positions with training on de-escalating difficult situations. And finally, our services and programs are in demand 7 days a week, whether it's for a public washroom, a computer, or to read or work. 11 of our branches are closed on Mondays and are not fully open on Sundays. $250,000 would enable us to increase hours. And there is much more we can do, including STEM programming for children and teens. In the conversations I've had with many of you over the last few weeks and months, I've appreciated your expression of support for the VPL and learning about the role that is played in your professional and personal lives. In the coming months, as you deliberate over the budget, I ask that you remember the imperative role that VPL's 21 branches are doing to support people in our community every day. We hope the city invests in VPL to ensure that our staff can continue to deliver the incredible services that lead to it having the highest level of satisfaction among all city services. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I actually learned a lot there. Councillor Boyle, and just a reminder for councillors, we have 3 minutes for questions.
Thank you so much for all the time and work you and the rest of the board put in. I have questions sort of in 2 directions, and one is about what more we could do with a bit more increased funding. You mentioned the significant role that our public libraries are playing as social infrastructure as there's increased stress and pressure on people across the city. If we were able to expand hours in a couple locations, are there key locations you see that would be needed and where residents would be able to access more of the services that keep them healthy and sane?
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Appreciate that question. Our 4 busiest branches that are open just 1 to 5 on Sundays are Britannia, Champlain, Fire Hall, and Hastings. So those would be 4 branches that we would look at seriously about increasing hours there. Also, branches, we have 11 branches that are closed on Mondays. So Champlain, Collingwood, Dunbar, Fire Hall, Fraserview, Hastings, Kensington, Kerrisdale, Marple, South Hill, and West Point Grey. So those would also be focus areas that we would look at what opportunities exist in expanding hours at those locations.
Okay, I know there's sometimes a question about, well, if there's fewer hours, won't people just adjust their schedules? And I don't have a lot of time, but I'd be interested some other time to hear maybe in an email about what those longer hours mean. But the other question,
we could follow up for sure in the email.
I appreciate that. The other question I wanted to get in is sort of on the flip side of increased investments. If council is looking at where to find savings in this budget, what would it mean for library services if $1 million or $2 million were cut from your budget?
That's a relatively straightforward answer to us. That would be closure of branches or a significant reduction of hours. 75% of our funding goes to staffing, and staffing means opening of branches. We need staff in those spaces. We have actually a relatively simple budget. 75% goes to staffing, about 10% goes into the materials that exist within our spaces, so collections and other materials. About 10% goes to leases. So we have if there was a reduction in our budget, it would mean reducing our salary base, and it would mean closure of branches or a significant reduction.
What would that, how many branches?
So about $1 million would likely mean a closure of 2 small branches or a closure of 1 small one small branch and a significant reduction of hours across the system.
Okay, maybe it'd be interesting to hear who would most be impacted by that as well, if we're getting some follow-up information. But that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yep, thanks so much. Thanks for coming and for the work that you do. I'm just wondering about the places of refuge that you talked about that library branches can be. Can you tell me, which library branches are not retrofit to be able to, like either with HVAC or certainly with heating and cooling, so that they could be places of refuge in neighborhoods?
So virtually all of the branches at this point have cooling, and of course all branches have heating. So if the question is about heat pumps, about 5 of them at this point have heat pumps, and retrofitting is being planned for the Central Library. So we can follow up with a precise answer and list for you.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And were they used? You know the summer, it wasn't this past summer, but the summer before when we did have the heat dome. What did you see in terms of people coming to the library?
Yeah, so definitely very heavily used during the heat dome. A visual at Central Library was on the escalators. It looked like Christmas in a shopping mall. And the branch where we saw the largest impact was the Renfrew neighborhood. So the southeast of the city, where I think you'll have heard general less infrastructure, the Renfrew Library branch was particularly heavily used. So we did have to worry about whether we had enough chairs and letting people sit on the floor.
I would just add, Councillor Carr, that as you're aware, many of our branches are relatively small and older. So we would love to house more people during many of these COVID events, but our capital limits us in some areas.
I appreciate that, Kevin. I just want to follow up on another comment that you made. You talked about money, 100,000, I think you said, to hire 2 staff to de-escalate situations. Could you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
I'll ask Christine to add to it, but the $100,000 would be basically we have a number of positions that are materials handling positions. So it would allow us to reprofile those positions to public-facing positions so they could support some of the public-facing services that we have in library, like supporting people using computers and all of that, rather than only being kind of backroom kind of operation support. And we would also train them on de-escalation techniques to support in some of the branches. Steve, did you want to add anything?
Just a clarification that it's 22 positions.
Sorry.
So we have 22 materials handling positions across all of our branch locations, across our 20 branches. And so this is a small amount of money to upgrade all of those positions in order to better support public service and the kinds of incidents that we're now seeing across the city.
I have no more time to ask you further questions, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And good to see you. Thanks for being here, Kevin. The question that I had was just with respect to the role of libraries and sadly, some of the controversy that you deal with sometimes with respect to different speakers that are booked. And I'm thinking of some of the pushback across the country in different branches. I know it happened in Ontario and others for drag story times, or sometimes when there have been controversial speakers that people deem to be hateful, but while they may be saying hateful things, they don't necessarily qualify as formally under the law as hate speech. And I wonder if you can comment on challenges and how that impacts operations. I know recently, for example, Council approved a procurement bid for additional security services, part of which would be supporting library. I imagine it's tied to that. But just interested to better understand how important that role is in terms of welcoming spaces and what challenges are and what the library's policies are. That's a big question, sorry. With respect to allowing who can sort of book the library and utilize spaces.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and thank you for acknowledging some of the challenges that we were presented with, particularly a number of years ago, kind of in the pre-COVID days. I'll let Christina kind of chime in, but I'll just say, like, the library obviously has a number of values, one of them being diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as intellectual freedom. We adhere to the law, even though sometimes the law does not allow us, challenges us with some of those conflicting values. The meeting room policy we reviewed after a number of kind of a challenging situation back in 2019. I think we believe it kind of stands up very well and at the same time, COVID has closed our meeting room, so we haven't had a kind of a test of that meeting room policy.
Just with the time I have, can I kind of guide you to answering the question that we often get, and maybe I can reflect it back to you from the
Sure.
public, which is, you have this hateful speaker coming at VPL, Council, why don't you just not allow them to be there? And what is the answer to that?
Christina, do you want to talk about the policy?
So the library has a meeting room policy, and the charter requires us to act within the law. And so we have to use the definitions that are set by law rather than making our own in the library. And so that is what guides those decisions. And then ensuring that everyone has freedom of expression in the same situation. So the right to protest is part of the same package of rights around intellectual freedom at the library.
Okay, and then Christina, are you finding that you're having to bring security on for those types of events because they are flashpoints sometimes for community?
Certainly for the events that you're referring to, we had substantial security costs and substantial planning costs for senior staff and for many frontline staff.
Okay, and are we able to, for the most part, other than it causing harm, but are we able to keep people physically safe?
Yes, everyone. We had absolutely no physical security incidents in relation to any of the rentals that we've had.
Okay, and last
We're
point
at time. Sorry.
We are. I know it goes fast. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks for coming in, Kevin and Christina. It's nice to see you. I was just hoping you could talk a little bit about and shed a bit of light on maybe some of the social issues that are being experienced in the library. You touched on it as becoming more of a popular place of refuge, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic. So just wondering if you could expand on some of the challenges that your staff is facing, and if you feel that you're supported currently in terms of the security that you have right now. If you could expand on that, please.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Meiser. I'll also let Christina jump in there, but I'll just kind of start by saying I think what you're hearing from the downtown businesses is happening in public libraries as well. We are a free public space, so we obviously don't say no to anyone coming into our spaces. But within the downtown branches, that's about 33% of our visits across the system, but about 76% of our incidents, security incidents, so people struggling with mental health and addiction. And, there are some verbal and physical threats to our staff, security team, and other library patrons. So the ask on having a social worker and 2 community access workers is to support both staff as well as ability to make connections for some of those people into social services to help kind of move through some of those challenging situations.
And right now, there really isn't a specific role that makes those connections?
No, right now there's not a specific role. Part of the ask we learned from the Toronto Public Library System, who has a similar role like this, and has been successful within their system.
Great, thank you.
Work you do, and I think we can all acknowledge that libraries are super important, not only to help our future generations create leaders in our society, but also all the incredible work you do when we have heat domes and what have you. My question to you is, have you looked at potential revenue opportunities in the Vancouver Public Library System that helps fund some of the great work that you want to do? And I'll give you an example. I had the honor of touring the Long Beach, California Library, and it's absolutely amazing. And they celebrate STEM, and they have 3D printers, and they have art shops there. And I was thinking, how many libraries do we have again? 17?
21.
21 branches. So if we created a situation where we could get minimal revenue from each one, like less than $500 a month, that would actually generate $100,000 in revenue that would, fund the, the training and de-escalation. And so we can still achieve, all of our social goals and have it accessible to everyone. And with that small revenue opportunity, we can actually make them even better. Have you guys looked at that at all, or is there, some resistance to do that?
Thanks for the question, Mayor. We are governed and limited by the Provincial Library Act on the number of things that we can ask for fees for and generate revenue. So our kind of core revenue generating services are meeting room rentals. That was challenged, obviously, during the COVID pandemic. And we do some fee-based research activities. We have a foundation, the Vancouver Public Library Foundation, which is our charitable arm, and they're very, very active. I encourage anyone that wants to donate through that mechanism to do so. But I would leave it to Christina if there's ever been additional conversations on fee-generating services.
The balance of the effort that's involved in generating revenue for things like meeting room rentals and the costs associated, given the kinds of limitations we were previously talking about with Councillor Kirby-Yung, is certainly a limitation to how far we've explored that particular one. And then bearing in mind what Kevin has mentioned about the Library Act's restrictions on applying fees to core services. So we find donations are most successful for storytime programs and for capital contributions, and that really does help to support our operations quite a lot.
Okay, great. I'm out of time, so I'm going to cut myself off here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So the next speaker we have is Lisa Seaman. I hope I pronounced that right. President of QP 391, and she's on the phone. Or is she?
Good afternoon. I believe I'm on the phone.
Yes, you are.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors, as well as staff and guests. My name is Lisa Simon, and I'm privileged to be speaking to you today as the president of Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 391, representing roughly 800 workers at the Vancouver Public Library. I've lived in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations for 24 years, and I've worked for VPL for 24 years in various public service roles in most of our locations. So Vancouver Public Library has 20 branches across Vancouver's neighborhoods, as well as the 9-story Central Library downtown. We serve all the citizens of Vancouver, and a majority of us live in the city of Vancouver. We provide core public services in the city, and as workers at VPL, we advance the goals of City Council by providing programs and services aligned with Council priorities. So VPL has created and maintained a free-to-use, safe public space during a time that access to safe public spaces has become extremely limited. Library branches are embedded in neighborhoods across the city. The issues that are happening for community members in neighborhoods are the same issues that impact and guide the work and service we provide. So feedback and messages that you heard from Vancouverites during the recent round of election campaigning are the same issues that are brought into our branches and locations. Housing insecurity, food insecurity, public safety, addictions, as well as education supports and access to government resources and support. The library does an amazing job of supporting members of the public as they seek help and information on these issues. Library workers also deal with the impact these issues have had on people and how that shows up when they come to use the library. As we know, particular challenges in our city has meant an increase in incidents of racism, misogyny, homophobia, and transphobia. And these incidents enter our library spaces as well. In the month of September, staff and security guards at the library reported a total of 183 security incidents of varying nature across the system. I will say that management and the union are united in our efforts to provide safe and healthy workplaces for staff. Staff, our members, need support. Some members face verbal and sometimes physical harassment on a regular basis. This is happening within the environment of adjusting to serving the public during a pandemic and dealing with the social and economic impact of COVID on our lives, which have had a major effect on the general well-being of library workers, as well as an increased level of burnout and extra strain on mental health. We need support in the form of training, in the form of having enough staff, and in the form of resources to access when dealing with the impact and aftermath of disturbing incidents. Being able to hire an internal-facing social worker would be one way to address these needs in a very significant way. One social worker can't address the needs of our patrons across the city, but they can support and train workers. And this would be an efficient way to build resiliency skills across the system, as well as to build and give that information to support patrons. I would like to end by saying that library workers are amazing. Our members are amazing. And within all of the above challenges that I've mentioned, we managed to stay in the top 3 city services in terms of overall citizen satisfaction. And I'm a very proud worker at the Vancouver Public Library. I welcome your questions at this point.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. I just was really moved hearing the impacts on your workers of increasing stress and pressure and whatnot. I'm wondering if you can say a bit more about the increased workload that library workers have already taken on, as I know over the last 4 years and really over the last decade, the library has accomplished a lot more without its budget really growing. And so I'm wondering if you can say a bit more about how much the workload of your members is already increasing to get more done on a limited budget.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Boyle. Yes, so general workload increases as more people use our spaces, but also within the environment where other social services are often cut or downgraded. So, so the library steps in often to fill some gaps. So we will have people using the library to apply for EI. We will have people being sent to the library from government services to apply for housing and apply for other resources. So we have an increase of work that's coming our way, work that's not just related to the materials we provide for our patrons, and work that's not just related to the amazing programming we're already offering. It's work that often is no longer being supported or provided in other areas of government. And so the same with just providing the space. So just providing public space increases our workload in that we are balancing different members of the public using the space. We are balancing, as I mentioned before, issues and around addiction, around people using the library in various states of needing support. So even if there is not necessarily an increase in the use of physical material, there is an increase in the workload that our members are facing. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, very, very, very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Hello, Eliza. It's Councillor Mike Klassen here. Thank you very much for your presentation, your ideas, and thank you to all of your members. You said the library workers are amazing. I agree. And the friends of mine who have been either current or former librarians are indeed amazing people. I just wanted, this is a question I'll ask to all the union leadership that we're going to be hearing from today, is we've gone through a traumatic period for the last 3 years through the pandemic. I just want to call upon the benefit of your long experience within the library sector. How have things changed, and how can we help you and your members adapt going forward? And it's a very general question, but I'm sure you probably have a few thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen, for that question. Yes, during So as the pandemic started, actually 80% of library workers were laid off. So I think we're only about 3% of the overall budget of City Council, but we made up 30% of the layoffs. So within the library field, generally, the issue of precarious work has been a big one and has been something that's been growing over the last years. And that particularly showed up during that time of layoffs for workers. Most of us did return to work after between 3 to 6 months. And that was really wonderful to return to work and to continue offering services. But the issue of precarity and precarious work is a big one in the library sector. I would say that, as well as the issue around safe working conditions, are some of the biggest issues. And so therefore, providing stability in terms of staffing budgets, and then as well as providing support in the form of initiatives like hiring a social worker or providing more training and providing access to sick time or time that's needed for recovery after dealing with upsetting incidents. I would say those are some of our biggest issues we're dealing with, and where we could definitely use support from council.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm just about at my time then, so I thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. Well, I had a question that actually was very similar to Councillor Klassen's. So I'll just continue on that line, which is what percentage did you say of the library workers are in a precarious situation on short-term contract?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Carr. What I can say is that our members, we have about 60% part-time or auxiliary or so-called casual, and 40% full-time. And I don't have the specific numbers with me. I was just trying to look through some of my previous reports in terms of how much of that is true precarity. But I will say that many of our members have more than one job.
Right.
They don't just work for the library; they work elsewhere as well.
So can you just explain to me for 1 second about the 60% who are part-time? Are some portion of those on part-time permanent as opposed to auxiliary?
Yes, so we do have some permanent part-time staff. We have regular part-time staff, and then we have staff who work purely as auxiliary or casual. And I'm not sure if Christina could address that better in terms of a numbers answer.
Okay. Yeah, there is a potential, I guess, for her to answer that, but I don't have too much time left. So I'm just looking to understand more fully those who are on auxiliary contracts. Are those the workers who are in most precarious situations?
Those are precarious workers, but also workers who have regular hours can be precarious as well, because the income is not enough to support living in Vancouver. So they would need more than one job to support living in Vancouver. Right. And when you deal with issues of layoff and recall, then those workers are particularly vulnerable because they don't have the security of being recalled to a permanent position.
Right. And those are the workers who were laid off during the COVID pandemic, right?
So 80% of us were laid off. So full-time, part-time, and auxiliary staff. The staff that were able to stay were staff that were able to support the digital and online services we provide. Right. Because they could do that remotely.
Right. Okay, I am out of time, but thank you so much for answering those questions. Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And seeing no other questions, Lisa, thank you. Liza, thank you very much for speaking today, and thanks for highlighting some of the challenges that your membership face. The next person
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Scott McIntosh, Acting President of CUPE Local 1004. Scott, are you on the line there?
Can you hear me?
Yep, no, we can hear you. Scott, thank you for being online. Can I just ask you, are you a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
So my name is Scott McIntosh. I am happy to address you as the acting president of CUPE 1004. I have worked for the city of Vancouver for 22 years, starting in sanitation, then to streets, and then FMS, and then now this year as the acting president. I represent approximately 3,000 members of outside workers between the city and parks employees. We maintain critical infrastructure for residents of the city of Vancouver, including snow removal today. Our members did not stop working during the COVID and kept working to maintain safety, cleanliness, and livability, including water, sewer, street, and all the parks maintenance. So we represent the workers in engineering from fleet maintenance and manufacturing, sanitation, landfill, sewer, street, waterworks, cemetery, tent yard, which is the asphalt and concrete production and recycling. Also, city parks providing skilled services for the horticulture, urban forestry, maintenance, and property maintenance, management, golf courses, and the lifeguards on the city beaches. 1004 members are the first responders when it comes to weather events, rain, windstorms when trees are falling down, and the snow and ice that are starting to occur today. We are definitely seeing a recruitment and retention becoming very difficult to the point that about 2 weeks ago we had to sign an agreement outside of our collective agreement providing a $4 raise for heavy-duty mechanics because we were losing too many, which those mechanics look after our whole fleet for city and parks and police. So without having mechanics, work was and is being contracted out, which is taking twice as long to be maintained and get back, causing lots of overtime and frustration to get the job done that my members provide. We have been CUPE local with the city for 111 years, and as an employer, we're hoping to work strongly with the mayor and council to continue providing livable streets, sewer, water, parks, to have both the residents and visitors of the city of Vancouver enjoy the wonderful city of Vancouver. I'd like to thank this opportunity to speak on behalf of CUPE 1004 and open to any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Scott. We do have some questions. Councillor Klassen.
Hey, Scott, it's Councillor Mike Klassen. Nice to hear from you today. I just want to talk to you. First of all, I want to acknowledge your guys are out on the, guys and gals are all out dealing with the snow today. We did have a scheduled visit to the National Yard tomorrow, which has been postponed because of these conditions, but thanks for all the work you guys are doing right now. I just want to talk to you a little bit about retention. I know that as I described before when I was talking to Liza from CUPE 391, we've been through a challenging time the last few years, and I know that it has been challenging. And as you mentioned, all of your members worked right through the duration of the pandemic. Just want to you mentioned about retention challenges that you're facing and having to provide some wage premiums to try and keep people. What are the maybe a couple of things that you and your members have been talking about how we can continue to be an attractive employer to make sure that we are not only supporting you but making sure that people really want to come here and work, be members of QP 1004 in the city of Vancouver?
Okay, thank you for your question. I'm hearing a lot from the members. So wages due to the affordability of living in the Lower Mainland has become extremely hard. Daycare is definitely an issue for all of our members, especially since we're losing a lot of members to retirement. So being a diverse employer and a union trying to get more and more new employees, daycare, starting the hours we start at most daycares are not open. Fuel costs are getting more and more. One of the challenges we have, even especially in the snow, a lot of our employees will be starting at 4 a.m. Transit is not a viable way to get to work. Our work yards are near SkyTrains, but unfortunately, due to the time a lot of the employees start, they can't use transit very easily. I know a lot of people try to ride their bikes and stuff like that, even from New Westminster where I live, but it is a challenge of just affordability in general.
Scott, just to follow up on your comment about the hours, can you remind me how you think the city can address the shift work and transportation? Is there some ideas that you've put forward?
I do know before COVID, one of the big things that was quite well used, but was taken away also because of the green plan with the city was carpooling. And there were vehicles that were used during the day for work, but were then used for carpooling outside of work hours. And that was deeply missed now. And something that our members, was just before this meeting today, going through the bargaining survey, preparing, and that's definitely something that a lot of the employees are asking, to have the carpooling brought back in-house again.
Excellent, thanks. I'm at time now, Scott. Thanks very much for all your comments.
Thanks very much. Yeah, that's a very interesting suggestion around the carpooling. I was going to follow up on the daycare suggestion that you made because of the hours. Most of the people that work those hours that start early morning or go into late into the evening at specific locations like our National Yard?
So National Yard is mainly the streets, traffic, electrical, a little bit of water and sewer. So most of them, technically their day is 7 till 3:30.
Okay.
But during snow events, they start at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m., switching out with the sanitation crews, because previously when they were switching out around 6 o'clock or 6:30 or 7, there was the rush hour starting, and then a lot of complaints were coming to the city that the streets weren't being done because of the crossover, having to do the pre-trip to go back out again. So that's why during snow events like this, the shift was changed for earlier hours to get better service to the residents.
Yeah. So the workers that you talked about working, starting very early, 4 a.m., who would need a very different kind of daycare than the normal daycares that are out there, are they located at in more numbers at any particular city facility?
Well, the two bigger ones I know that I've been talking about is both National, and that is actually quite close to Evans Yard, which would also cover possibly the Parks employees. But Manitoba Yard the infrastructure there is getting quite old, but there's also a lot of room to expand and build there, and that's where you have sanitation, waterworks, sewers, FMS, and then you also have right across the street where a lot of the city staff planners that are in the new building at the SkyTrain there.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
So I know one of the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I know even 7 a.m. starts means you're normally at work for 6:30, and so one of the suggestions was maybe even having something in-house, because unfortunately even any of the community centers aren't really within walking distance.
Right. No, I think co-locating daycare with workplaces is a kind of new trend. So it's an interesting suggestion you bring forward. Appreciate that. We can follow up.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Scott, I do want to give you a little bit of a shout out. I'll echo Councillor Klassen's comments as to all the work that you and your members are doing today and you do throughout the year. But on a day like this, when things go well, I think of you as, or the analogy I would give you is, hydro. No one complains when it works well, and no one celebrates when it works well. And it's when the odd occasion when it doesn't work well, everyone gets upset. And I can tell you, we look forward to having an amazing day today. And it's not lost on us what your members do. So thank you very much. The next person we have on the line is Warren Williams, president of QP Local 15. Warren, are you there? Oh, there you are. Sorry. Good seeing you again. Warren, can I ask you a question? Are you a resident of Vancouver?
Not anymore.
Hopefully we
lived here for 30 years, but I'm not in Vancouver anymore.
All right.
Through the chair, I'd like to acknowledge that we are situated on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm happy to be here today. My hands are up to those peoples. Thank you, Mayor Sims, for the opportunity to speak to council today. I don't really have a lot to say today. I'm here because this is the first budget presentation to council and public, and the public has an opportunity to speak. I just want to, because you're a new council, new mayor, to speak a little bit about the areas of the city that members of QP Local 15 work. QP Local 15 is a multi-sector local, meaning that it's not just the City of Vancouver, not just the Park Board. It's the Vancouver Coastal Health here in Vancouver, Richmond, and North Vancouver. It's also Vancouver School Board, Langara Community College, Emily Carr University, and the cultural sectors here in Vancouver, the Vancouver Art Gallery, the museum, the Maritime Museum, and the Space Science Center. So just to give you an idea, so we're approximately 9,000 members. In Vancouver, with parks and city, we're just under, probably now just barely 4,000, which is, if you consider boots on the ground, that's a lot of boots on the ground, taking care of the city. And what we do is we provide service to the citizens of Vancouver that the City of Vancouver has, and the council has been elected to do, to provide services to the City of Vancouver. So my membership, they are the ones that are on the ground providing that service. And I don't want to underestimate that. So, for instance, members work in the Park Board, planning, urban design, sustainability, development and building licensing, community services, corporate support, real estate facilities management, technology services, finance and risk supply chain management, engineering services, fire and rescue services. They work in all those departments within the City of Vancouver. So there's probably not anywhere in the City of Vancouver where you won't find a QP 15 member working. And everybody's talking about a recession. My members are talking about a recession also. Everybody's talking about the pandemic and its effects that it had on the citizens of this country, citizens of Vancouver. My members were heavily affected by the pandemic. I believe it was Councillor Clausen that asked about how the library workers were dealing with the after effects and the effects of the pandemic. Mental health is a serious issue for all of my membership, especially here in the City of Vancouver. We took the brunt of the layoffs that occurred because of the pandemic. My members are dealing with stress of the job every day. Members are dealing with stress of the pandemic every day. In the Park Board, we have a high ratio of auxiliary workers in the Park Board, which puts added stress on an individual and their families because they don't know when their next day of work is going to be. We have the same precarious work situation within the City of Vancouver with our City of Vancouver members. And when the city talks about, and you will talk about this, when the city talks about its percentage of rating from the citizens of Vancouver and the good services that it provides, and the levels are up at whatever, 60%, 70%, you can do much better. And the way you do much better is you can start converting auxiliary workers and put them into full-time part-time positions within the city. Because if a worker doesn't have full-time work, they're constantly looking for work elsewhere. If they're constantly looking for work elsewhere, they're not committed to you as the employer. And so you're not getting their full effort. It's a beautiful city. Moved here from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Beautiful city. Love the city. My members love the city, and they love the work that they do, and they take pride in the work that they do. Contracting out is another issue that we have. Council just approved a $40 million budget to contract out security services with Paladin Security. Majority of that work could probably be done in-house. I've been talking with engineering and security services over the last couple of years, trying to bring some of that work back in-house, and have had some success. And I have to say that I've had a really good working relationship with Paul Mokry and his team, and Donnie Rosa and her team, and it continues to do so, because we're here for the same reason. And don't ever forget, even though I'm president of one of the largest QP locals in Western Canada, if actually the largest, that my members provide a service. So therefore, I'm service oriented. And it's important that the service that my members provide is recognized and supported by council. So when council is reviewing this budget and looking at where can we make cuts, where can we make changes, how can we make this happen, how can we bring more to the citizens of Vancouver, you're gonna have tough decisions to make. And I don't envy you that. I'm not here to tell you what you should or need to do. You'll make that decision. That's your decision to make. All I'm here to tell you is that there's no more fat to cut when it comes to my membership. My membership are the lifeblood of this city. They keep this city running. And they are very proud of it. Some of the folks that work for you are my members.
Warren, I apologize. We're over a minute over. Okay. I wanted to give you the time, but
that's okay.
I know we're going to have a lot of questions, so just hold those thoughts. So thank you. Councillor Claassen.
Very much. Warren, great to see you. Thanks for coming in today. You talk about a few things there. You're absolutely right. We're going to a budget process. We're going to have to take a look at it. But I think our goal, and certainly as you point out, we get the benefit of working with your members here at City Hall and every day. I appreciate all the work that they do. Mental health challenges you flagged. What are the kinds of things that are currently in play in terms of mental health and life safety to make things better for your members? Because obviously you would like to make sure that they're healthy and well.
Well, currently there's no long-term disability plan for my membership here with the City of Vancouver. That's something that my membership, in their wisdom a number of years ago, decided to vote against continuing. In my opinion, it was a mistake. When you're under stress from work and you're under stress from family, needs of your family, and you're worried about your health and your family's health because of the pandemic, what happens is you start to look for ways to alleviate some of that stress, and you take it out on the folks that you're working with. Okay? And so it causes unnecessary stress within the workplace because there's no venue, right? There's no venue for that stress to be alleviated. And I'm not sure what that looks like or how we do that. I know there's helplines. I know there's EFAP, et cetera. I'm not sure what the percentages of folks that are using EFAP with my membership, but there needs to be a little bit more, and I'm not quite sure what that would look like. I believe I heard Liza talk about a social worker being part of libraries. There needs to be something like that to alleviate some of these stresses.
You talked about Winnipeg.
Yes.
A little competitive here. I would like to make sure that the City of Vancouver is the most desirable municipal workplace in the country. You got an opportunity here in front of council and some of our city leadership team. What are a couple of things that we can do, in your view, that would make that the most desirable workplace for your members?
Well, I think job security. I mean, job security is number one. It's as I said, if you're not secure in the job that you have, then you're not committed to your employer. And if you're not committed to your employer doesn't get painted in the best light that it can be painted in. Because in the end, it's not Mayor Sim and council that the public looks to. They look at what's being done on the streets. They look at what's being done at developing and licensing. They look at those areas and they go, I'm not being serviced. How come?
We're at time. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor Sim. Thanks for the work you do and the work of all your members. Really, you keep the city going. So my first question is really around the comment you made around auxiliary workers and part-time workers, and a big positive move would be increasing to full-time. What percentage of your workers right now, your members right now, are auxiliary?
In Parks Board, it's over 60%, closer to 70, and the City of Vancouver, it's I think around 44 or 45%. And that would be when I speak to auxiliary workers, it's not just workers that don't have regular shifts, it's also regular part-time, temporary, those type of workers also, right?
Yeah. Do you have a sense of how many of those workers might have to, with increasing rent, housing costs, et cetera, might have to live outside of the city to find something affordable to live in versus having the full-time regular pay that might allow them to live here?
Yeah. Well, I'm a Vancouver School Board employee, seconded, of course, as union president, and I had to move outside of the city because I couldn't afford to pay the mortgage or whatever that it would cost me to live in Vancouver.
That was not a leading question on my part. I did not know that. But
okay.
But yeah, so there.
50% of my membership live outside of Vancouver.
Okay. Okay.
When I speak, if I may, Mayor, I do have a report here from the Columbia Institute. It's called Back in House, and it speaks to why local governments are bringing services home instead of contracting out. And I know when you're deliberating the budget, you're going to be looking at ways to save and put money elsewhere where it's needed, et cetera. This may be something I would suggest you have a look at. I'll leave it here for you with my card. Thank you. And thank you very much.
Well, please don't go anywhere. Wait, I gotta. No. Thank you. I'll advance myself. So, thank you very much. I did want to give you a couple extra minutes because I know this is super important, and you actually represent our team. So we here, at least in these chambers here, we talk about team, and we're all in it together. I just want to leave you with a bit of foundational stuff, but then ask you a question. We want to be best employer in the country. We do that, guess what? We're going to have the best run city on the planet because I'm of the view personally that our customer experience, in this case it will be the residents, will never be higher than our team member experience. And so when we treat our team incredibly well, it will, it'll pay huge dividends. And I agree with you in terms of, when you have job security, when you actually clarity as to where you're going to be, where you can actually get that next paycheck, so you can actually think out beyond a week. It has a huge impact on the mental health, but also family life. So I truly believe our values are aligned. My question to you would be, have you guys ever run an NPS score or Net Promoter Score on your team members, on your membership, to find out how they feel about the workplace, and then what the big reasons are that drive like the positive responses and the negative responses?
That's a loaded question, so I will answer it as honestly as I can. It depends on the department, and when I say it depends on the department, it depends on who is managing the department and how the team that's working beneath them in management is dealing with their subordinates. And in some areas of the city, you have great management teams that treat your employees with respect and dignity and seek their input and advice and don't do a thumbs down on them. But in other areas of the city, different departments in the city, you have managers who are, what's the word? It's not the inverted pyramid, but it's from the top down, right?
Command and control.
And when you have a top-down mentality, you don't have you don't show the respect and dignity of your subordinates, and you generally have a thumbs down on them. So the areas of the city that where my members work that are most happy are those areas where they feel like they are contributing, and what they have to offer is respected and sought after. The areas where they don't have that are the areas where my members are saying, this is a terrible employer, I can't stand working for this employer, et cetera, et cetera. And you run your own business, so you understand that. But overall, my members take great pride in the work that they do. And they just want to be respected for the work.
Thank you very much for your time. And I know I speak for all of us when I say we look forward to working with you over the next 4 years in our membership. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that is it for the public body representative speakers. Now, the public speakers, number 2, Mark White. And Mark is Seniors Advisory Committee, Committee Co-Chair 2021-2022.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak. And I too live in Vancouver, and I'm grateful to live and volunteer on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. If we go to the next slide. As you are aware, seniors live in all neighborhoods in Vancouver. This is 2016 data, and we're waiting to populate the current data. If we go to slide 3. On July 20th, by council, unanimous decision directed staff to include costs associated with hiring a seniors planner with adequate resources, or alternatively finding sufficient resources through creating efficiencies by redeploying internal headcounts, as was done with the accessibility strategy. We're not seeing this in the draft budget as of yet. If we go to this next slide, please. This follows previous council with the unanimous motion in January advancing efforts of an age-friendly city, directing staff to explore and report back as soon as possible on a plan to advance efforts to make Vancouver an age-friendly city. This motion was supported by 35 senior-serving organizations, recognizing that the prior work on creating a senior strategy was interrupted 4 years ago, following city-led workshops, and this work has been suspended since COVID. It's also important to note that city staff never met with the advisory committees that were listed in the motions concerning either of these motions as directed by the motions. Although I should say that SAC had a very productive meeting with Paul Motkrey, the city manager, near the end of the SAC term upon the SAC executive request. We go to the next slide, please. Well, why is this important around a seniors planner? The latest census shows that 30% of the population living in Vancouver are 55 years and older, 23% are 60 and over, and 17% are 65 and over. Single older women represent approximately 60% of seniors over age 85. And this number is expected to double within the next decade. This is particularly critical when one considers that 60% of all senior renters in Vancouver are in core housing need as defined by CMHC. If we go to the next slide. Between 2016 and 2021, the population of seniors have increased 15.5%. Population of adults over the age of 65 in BC is expected to rise 63% by the year 2041, while the projected increases for youth and working populations will only increase by 14.5% and 20% respectively. The next slide, please. Seniors are the fastest growing demographic of those that are homeless in Vancouver, BC. Let me just say that again. We are the fastest growing demographic of those that are homeless in Vancouver. BC Housing data indicates that seniors are also the fastest growing demographic on the waiting lists for housing. Yet it has been reported by city staff that the City of Vancouver, BC Housing, Vancouver Coastal Health have not had discussions or coordinated planning regarding seniors' housing needs. We are, however, very glad that city staff this past 3 months have initiated work on creating a seniors' housing strategy and community engagement framework. And I'm meeting actually with city staff on December 1st on this matter. We can go to the next slide. The Seniors Advisory Committee is just completing a jurisdictional scan of large urban municipalities across Canada. Vancouver, unfortunately, has fallen behind other Metro Vancouver cities and other municipalities that have created comprehensive senior strategy and have developed multi-agency, provincial and federal partnerships in both planning, operationalizing and funding. The City of Toronto, for instance, has a seniors service team, which consists of a manager of senior services, 4 full-time management consultants, 1 project coordinator that manages over 40 municipal housing, social, economic, health services for seniors throughout the City of Toronto. It also oversees the implementation of an integrated service model in 83 seniors designated Toronto community housing buildings that support aging in place for approximately 15,000 senior tenants.
Mark, I'm sorry, we're over time, but
okay.
You do have a lot of questions, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If we can just show the last slide in terms of emerging best practices, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd be pleased to, in my first question, ask to see what's on that last slide. Is this it? No.
There we go. All right, Councillor Carr, you're up.
Okay. She just did. She just asked me to talk about the emerging best practices.
Thank you.
So is that correct?
That is correct. That's what I asked.
Okay, thank you. In the best practices that we looked at across urban centers across Canada, co-creating a senior strategy in collaboration with seniors-based organizations and other government agencies is an important first step. Establishment of clear terms of reference and timelines with community-informed performance measures on strategic objectives also makes a significant difference. Constructing strategic teams, internal, external leads across departments relevant to identified objectives, make a real difference on progress. Regular reporting with accountability to council and other government agencies makes an important contribution. But having a dedicated staff person supporting internal and external communication is critical, especially during emergencies, the climate, health, fire, etc. The interdepartment leads assigned to specific objectives really improves communication across and within departments. I think we can do a lot better. I am so excited with this council that has got expertise on it around seniors. And I'm also very excited about the seniors housing strategy. I think that the time is right for us to really make some progress on creating an age-friendly city.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. My first is, you talked about seniors being the largest group of homeless people in terms of increasing numbers. Where do the seniors who are homeless go? I mean, I'm assuming not on the street, but where?
Unfortunately, they go on the street.
Oh.
And they also end up in SROs, and they also end up in, we talk about public safety. But what's happening with those homeless seniors that only are homeless because of poverty, they're being moved into facilities where there is mental health addictions and other issues, and or have dementia issues. And Vancouver is one of the cities that does not have a dementia strategy, which is a growing interest across other large municipalities.
Sorry, I just don't have time for my next question, but thank you.
Councillor Clausen.
Mark, really great to see you, and thanks for serving on the Seniors Advisory Committee. I have to look at what the terms are, but I'm hoping you're going to continue with that going forward. I don't have a lot of questions at this point because I know I'm going to have a lot more later on. Later today, we're going to be putting forward something seniors related, and so I'm sure we'll have you back and some of your colleagues as well. I guess my point to make here is I'm very glad that you've brought forward this at this time in the budget because we are and I take your point how important that interdepartmental work needs to happen. I think that if we start getting into discussions around headcount, it gets a little bit more challenging, but if we can actually get everything from communications to social services to engineering and all the different departments talking to each other, clearly I cite continuously a report that was published just prior to the pandemic by RBC Thought Leadership that in Canada put climate change and our aging demographic as the two existential crises our country are facing. And so as a result, we need to be resolved to really work on both those things. And we talk a lot about climate change. We don't talk a lot about older adults. And there's reasons for that. I think ageism is partly as a result of that. But I think we can do some great work together, and I'm looking forward to working with you and your group in the days ahead.
Mayor, I have a point of procedure, if I could.
Sure.
Maybe a gentle reminder, as I know the new council is settling in, that in the procedure bylaw for the questions period, we stick to questions and versus comments, and we have a separate opportunity for that.
Thanks.
And I'm not singling that at Councillor Clausen. I've just noticed that in general, and I just thought that might be helpful for the
Yes,
meetings.
thank you.
You point me out as well.
One of the areas that that is of most concern is around social disconnectedness and social isolation. Do you have any sort of quick thoughts on what are the things that we can do to try and address that challenge?
I think by looking at your building and zoning and ensuring that all buildings have facilities, library facility, a meeting room facility, having opportunities where people can actually, so you're building for social connectedness. A number of housing co-ops do this very, very well, but it could be replicated across other facilities. And I think it's really important. And I think the library services, as discussed, is a fabulous example as well for facilitating social connectedness. But it is a huge problem and was even and is so much worse now with COVID. It's been a real mental health issue, I think.
100%.
For seniors.
Sorry,
I'm at time.
Yeah.
I look forward to our...
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thanks, Mark, for being here. Only because you raised the issue of dementia and the growing challenges that we face as a city when supporting our residents that are dealing with that medical issue. Can you just speak high level to where you were going with that, bringing that into this conversation, how it relates to the budget, the seniors planner, and the opportunities within our city?
I think it really comes back to there are so many fabulous opportunities that we've learned from the jurisdictional scan of recognizing that the city on its own cannot meet this need for seniors. But there is provincial funding, there is federal funding, there is interest in seniors. There just has to be a senior strategy to help realize that. There is some fabulous examples of dementia villages going on within certain cities. But it takes a coordination with the province, with the Ministry of Health, the problems that we are facing is the segmentation and tunneling of all the different groups that impact seniors. But we've had examples in the past with the city where there were memorandums of understanding. I think in the first time that with the Healthy City Initiative, there were memorandums of working together with Vancouver Coastal Health and the Ministry of Health. And I think the same could be done around seniors.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. Can you speak specifically to, I imagine many folks don't actually know what's happening with the community around advocacy and dementia in the city. Can you just touch on those organizations?
Well, I think that the Alzheimer's Society, and there's we actually have had 2 gerontologists on the Seniors Advisory Committee in this past term, the past 2 years, that are really providing some leadership around dementia, but it is really underdeveloped. And there's innovation that's occurring, not just here in Canada, within certain municipalities, but internationally. There's been some tremendous work done. But there is a need for continued advocacy, but it's going to take provincial and federal leadership to really make it happen.
Okay, and by way of a senior strategy is how.
By the way of a senior strategy and bringing those in as partners in the planning phase. That's where the other municipalities have been successful. Engaging those partners right at the beginning of planning, operationalizing, and then funding and accountability. If you include them in the accountability table, and there's several municipalities that have done this, you'll leverage more funds and you'll actually make tremendous progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the docket, Nathan Davidowitz. Sorry, mispronounced your name, buddy. I know you as Nathan, so.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing me. Well, here we are, a new city council, 5 new members, but the same staff. Many of the talented staff left during the last 2 years to adjacent cities. The top 2 engineers left to Metro Vancouver Regional District. So that's what you were asking about, retention of staff, and that's here we are. Why can't we not schedule delegations in the same way that it's done in other cities? You know, why is it's very simple. Why doesn't the staff implement it? It's very, very simple. You know, maybe we should bring former Mayor Sam Sullivan and his chief of staff, Danielle Fontaine, who is now a city councilor in US. And maybe they'll teach the staff here how to do things properly. How things, when the city was run properly, when Sam Sullivan was a mayor, and, you know.
Yeah, point, yeah.
I've spoken before in previous years about the city budget, and the city staff are refusing to make any changes.
Nathan, sorry, if we can refrain from, you know, having sort of attacking comments on former people that have worked at City Hall or the team members here in general, you know, that's what we'd want here.
I'm not attacking the former mayor. I'm just, I wish he was here.
Yeah. So, anyways,
okay.
You know, what we promote here is, you know, constructive conversations, and that's where we want to go with this.
Yeah. Thank you. You know. As I said, I've spoken before about the city budget, and there's been no changes whatsoever. The staff just followed the previous bad ways of running our city. Most changes were implemented by the original Vision Council, and that's why Vancouver is behind. Infrastructure improvement is what residents and businesses need. Sidewalks, over 20% of our streets have no sidewalk on one side or on both sides. We only spend about $2 million per year on new sidewalks. In Burnaby, they spend $10 million per year to construct 30 kilometers of new sidewalks, and the residential property owners do not pay anything for those sidewalks. In Vancouver, the property owner pays, depending on the location, up to 100% of new sidewalks. So that's a simple thing that you could change right away if you want our city to have sidewalks everywhere. Street lighting, that's another major infrastructure, and especially bad lighting in the West End and downtown. These are high density of over 10,000 people per square kilometer, and they need better lighting. The West End Senior Network held a walkabout to highlight that, but nothing has been done. Maybe now there are more councillors living in the West End, and maybe, read the West End Journal monthly edition tomorrow, and maybe you could help the West End. But, Mr. Mayor, you are an accountant, and I know you will follow the late Mayor Art Phillips, who created many improvements to the city finances. Because you're the second one only after Art Phillips who understands finances. And he really put the city in a good financial position, and we need to spend our money wisely, and I'm sure you can do that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I don't see any questions on the docket hit, but I do want to make one comment. It's more than one person. I want to be very clear. While I'm mayor of the city, these are my team members, and they're fabulous. Not only the individuals that sit as my peers on council, but the people that work at the city. And I'm really incredibly proud to consider them my partners, and they do a great job. And so, we have some challenges ahead of us. And you know what? We have a great team that's going to be driving forward. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
The next person we have on the docket is Tim Kiko. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Principal of the BC Build Envelope.
Mr. Mayor, I've been called worse. Keycott.
Keycott. I apologize. I was thinking Pretty Faridko.
Okay. No, listen, all good, all good. I want to start by saying thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. And I'm not here to ask for money. I'm hoping that I can promote some ideas to save money. And that's really why I'm here today. Mike, good to see you again. It's been a while. What I wanted to start off by saying is, wow. I mean, you guys are dealing with a lot of money. $3.5 billion, that's a lot of money. And you've got a lot of pressures as to where it should go and what you should do with it and how it should be spent. There's no shortage of that. But I'm pursuing things from a climate strategy. Back in 2019, the city of Vancouver declared a climate emergency. Now, when I hear the word emergency, what does that mean? What does it indicate? It indicates to me that something has to be done immediately, now, okay? Not something that will drag on for a period of time or years. When you see a vehicle, a police, fire engine, flashing lights, they're in an emergency. So we are in an emergency right now, and it's climate related. We had the heat dome last year. We had the rivers of water. We've had droughts. We've even had a tornado out at UBC. Last year, 7 of the 10 most serious things that happened in Canada happened in BC. So there has to be a sense of urgency. And where I'm coming from is with buildings. Now, you always hear about cars. We've got to rein in the cars, okay? Well, cars account to about 22% of climate change. The real challenge are buildings. They account 39% to climate change. They are the number one. And I started in 2017 approaching the city and talking to them and saying, listen, can you change the way in which you are constructing your buildings? Because what you're doing, and even currently, You are wrapping either old or new buildings in 100% fossil fuel products. Why? I can't get an answer from anybody. Why are you doing that? We've heard about the city of Toronto. Okay, they have a program in place for cool roofing. Okay, and it's the only city in Canada that does that and gives rebates to those that go with cool roofing. Now, cool roofing is something that will certainly enhance the ability of being able to reduce climate change. We talk about what happened during the heat dome. Comparison. Washington State and the province of BC. Washington State has 7.8 million people. The province of BC has 5.3. Washington State last year during the heat dome had 157 deaths. We had 619. 44% of the cities of Seattle is the least air-conditioned city in the US. Okay, only 44%. In Vancouver, it's around 40% of air conditioning. Washington has 2.5 million more people than BC, yet they had 462 less deaths than BC. BC has 67.95% of the population of Washington, yet BC had 253% more deaths than Washington. Why? Why did this happen? When extreme heat comes in, a dark or a black roof will reach temperatures of 140 degrees Fahrenheit or over 55 degrees centigrade. The roof will actually be hotter than the pavement. Now, last year, Vancouver had the lion's share of those deaths. People that were baked alive in their homes. When you look at the city of Vancouver, I asked you to do a Google map. Do it between Seattle and Vancouver, and you will see a huge difference. The white roofs in Seattle outnumber the ones in Vancouver at least 500 to 1. So what I'm saying is, it's a better source not only from saving money, because your energy can be paid for, but also saving potential lives. So it's important that we look at this. The city is spending, on average, millions of dollars every year on different types of warranties that are unnecessary. I worked for I've worked for 4 different manufacturers.
Tim, I apologize, you are at time, but we do have questions for you from.
Okay, will do. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Klassen.
Oh, great. Thanks. I thought I was second. Hi, Tim. Nice to see you. I realized that we're talking about the city budget here, and so I'm not necessarily looking for a sales pitch too much, but I am quite alive to the importance of trying to reduce our heat island effect here in our city and the benefits that would come from that. What are the kinds of simple things that your organization can do to try and help advocate, or what we can do to help advocate for more of these different services?
Listen, the council has been very receptive. 4 of you, I'm not sure exactly which 4, are meeting with GRIT, G-R-I-T-T, next month, okay, which is green roofing, okay? That's also part and parcel, and solar. I actually present all 3 as a package that will give a building no energy costs, period. So we're not just talking about capital, we're talking about operating.
Are some of these materials that I guess the things that we're using for building envelope? I've heard some criticism that they're not well suited to our climate. Like, for example, some of them are designed for drier or colder climates than we have.
Yeah, Mike, that's the old thinking. With the advent of climate change, everything has changed. Quite literally, Because yes, people say, well, we don't need a white roof because we're in a climate that doesn't get too hot or too cold. It could be gray, it could be another color. Now, we do have other colors as well, but you're going to get the optimum from a white roof. Okay, that's what's going to give you the power to be able to do what you want to do. Unfortunately, 5 minutes, thank you, but you can't cover it all in 5 minutes. I put together a presentation I'd like to give to the mayor and to the councilors next month or whenever. That's going to be AIBC approved on talking about those 3 specific areas: single ply roofing, thermoplastic, green roofing, green, blue, and purple, as well as solar.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. Our next presenter is Ian Marcuse, and he's on the phone. He's the coordinator of the Vancouver Neighborhood Food Networks. Ian, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. And a big thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and also a big congratulations to all of you on your election wins. And I know that you have a lot of hard work ahead of you. So my name is Ian Marcuse, and I'm the coordinator of the Vancouver Neighborhood Food Networks, who are currently 15 neighborhood-based networks hosted by our community centers or neighborhood houses. And this is a uniquely North American model that is place-based, with each network its own collaborative of dozens more agencies and project partners doing food work in the city. We use a community development approach to develop innovative local food practices that promote social support, cohesion, inclusion, participation, levers relationships and partnerships, action which foster and strengthen a just and equitable community food system. We are engaged in school and community gardens, seed saving, community markets, food information sharing, food skills, food celebrations, emergency food provision, research, to name a few programs that support the city aspirations of a healthy city, equity, livability, resilience, and climate emergency response. And at the citywide level, we build our collective voice towards increased advocacy, political action, and policy development towards food systems change. So regarding the budget, now I understand the need for trade-offs, and I do not want to take away from the many other well-deserving funding needs. Of course, we are grateful for the current food system funding available, but I'm here to make the case that municipal food funding of food systems is woefully inadequate. And for this reason, it's a bit difficult to support this budget, as in my reading of it, there appears to be no enhanced service levels in the operating budget, certainly as far as food systems go. So current funding for all food programs, not including the $300,000 or so for school food programs, mostly comes from the $200,000 Sustainable Food Systems Grant, which currently funds only 13 community food networks. This grant has pretty much remained the same since its start 10 years ago. The food systems funding amounts to really a minuscule 0.01% of the operating budget. And it should be noted again that there's also an ongoing food policy staff position vacancy, again reducing our city capacity to advance food systems work. But even more alarming is in the city's $3.5 billion capital budget, there's virtually no money directly allocated to food systems infrastructure, though in a last-minute motion brought to council by former Councillor Weeb and current Councillor Boyle from the Vancouver Food Policy Council did to reinsert a $12 million gap in food systems funding, did see $600,000 conditional on 25% matching funds from the community put back into the capital budget for the Downtown Eastside Indigenous Food Sovereignty Hub and the South Vancouver Food Hub in Southeast Vancouver, where there is a serious lack of food assets, services, and supports. So you all know that a healthy food system is a key determinant of health, supporting physical, mental, spiritual health, essential to our community well-being. Food feeds cultural identity and even survival in some cases. Healthy local food systems can help mitigate climate impacts and so much more. But we assert that our local food system is highly vulnerable and not meeting the needs for a vast number of our community members. We see the weaponization of food, where less deserving community members are provided charity food that is making people sicker in many cases. Food costs are deepening inequities. Climate impact, heat, drought, and floods are threatening our local food supply. And then the pandemic also saw some food shortages. We assert that our food system is not keeping up with these challenges. But imagine urban food forests that not only capture carbon but feed people, or scaling up our yard share program to thousands of residents turning their lawns into food gardens, or building out direct farmer to consumer local accessible markets that build equity through food affordability, reduce food waste, and support local green economy, or more communications that build social cohesion and community nutrition skills. So even with a modest doubling of the food grant to, say, $400,000, while still low, could see many amazing ideas and existing programs scaled up. Evidence does confirm the power of good food in building community health and well-being, and we would like to see a greater prioritization of local food systems where everyone is guaranteed the dignity and supports to access nutritious food of their own choosing. Again, there are many more stories that I could share with you about the power of good food, but I know I'm out of time. I thank you, and we, on behalf of the Vancouver Neighborhood Food Network, certainly look forward to working with you all moving ahead to help build a healthy city for all. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you, Ian. You literally nailed it on 5 minutes, so I applaud you for that. And you have questions from Councillor Carr.
Great. Thanks so much, Ian, for the work that you're doing around food in the city and food security. Really appreciate that. So my question to you is that in terms of permanence of food gardens, is there a recommendation? I mean, right now, I've been fighting for quite a few years to get our community food gardens to be permanent, but I'm not sure how many there are that are permanent. I don't know really of any, but maybe you can inform me. And how important might it be to you to make sure that those food gardens, those community gardens, are permanent?
Yeah, I don't have that information specifically. I know that the Vancouver Urban Agriculture Society would have all that information. So I know that I believe that, growing more food locally is a priority that we should be looking at, particularly around climate change. And I know that we want to come together and start convening more of the grassroots that really hasn't happened over the years to start to advance some policy priorities. And I would say that's a key one for sure. I know that the urban agriculture businesses, social enterprises such as Soul Food, that's probably their number one concern is tenure and tenure to attain sustainability. So I suspect that is the number one issue for many urban agriculture groups. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for just that affirmation. In terms of the sort of upcoming opportunities around expanding food gardens and food security, has your connections and your groups talked at all about the Vancouver Plan, in which there is a indication of wanting to reassign about 13% of neighborhood streets to other community uses, including food gardens? Has that been anything that you've been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we're thrilled that there is a page in the Vancouver Plan around food systems, so that's definitely a good start. Yeah, the recommendations are fairly high level, but what we need to do, and we've talked to city staff, food policy staff, and really it's kind of a two-way thing. They really do need to hear from us at the neighborhood level. What are the priorities in our neighborhoods? And so, I mean, honestly, Adrian, moving forward, we do need a better convening around these issues and a better two-way process working with staff to set these priorities. But particularly where there is policy existing, that gives staff a bit of a leg up in advancing these. But they've also told us it's been really hard for them to track these food recommendations. The staffing isn't there. So they don't always know, I mean, things get put into local area plans, but there's no follow through necessarily, or it may happen in zoning and development, projects may you know what I mean? So
I do. And I'd love to continue questions and answers right now, but I am out of time. Thank you again for answering those questions and just for your great service here.
Thank you.
Ian, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, everyone from the city of Vancouver who, showed up here today to help us answer these questions, and everyone in this chamber. And that concludes the special council meeting. A reminder that council will debate and decide the 2023 capital budget and potentially operating budget at the council meeting next week, Tuesday, December the 6th. May we have a motion to adjourn? Is it Councillor Kirby-Young, seconder, Councillor Klassen? All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.